wanna see you, but you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space, just my luck. Put me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck. Put me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. I wanna see you, but you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck. Put me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. We are here for day number 3 of the competition here, and the grand finals have not disappointed. I'm Play the J. My co-caster this evening is going to be none other than Aaron Contra Chan. Testing. Okay, well, these ladies and gentlemen. So, in any case, we are here for day number 3, and we will be having another 5 matches that we're going to be having for you this evening. And looking forward to getting stuck into it. We're going to be having 3 rounds of Erangel once again here, as we will be having this cycle going on every day here. And we still have the full days to go here, as of course we still got competition all the way until Sunday to see who is going to be able to qualify for Singapore and Malaysia for that prestigious PCS2 slot here at the APAC level. So I think from yesterday's competition, we did see quite a bit of tussle at the top of the table between Battle Arena Elites and the likes of the Rejects as well. So I think we'll be able to catch a look at the overall standings maybe a little bit later on to see how that has actually developed in the overall title race here. But I think that is going to be something which right now we have those 2 teams which are currently breaking that 100-point barrier. So exciting stuff to see whether the chasing pack can catch up, and we'll be able to see if that's going to be working out. Okay, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we still have a little bit of teething issues here, but hopefully nothing too serious. But let's move on here, as we're going to be checking out what is today's schedule. So, as mentioned, we are going to be returning back here to 3 rounds of Erangel, and of course that is going to have 2 more rounds of Miramar to close out the day. And essentially these kind of stretches that we have is going to mean that we have 5 matches of Erangel and 5 matches of Miramar in a row, but of course it's not going to be exactly in that order. But today, yes, we will be going back to Erangel, so those teams who do really prioritize actually playing on the good old-fashioned or OG map, then they're gonna definitely love this aspect to it. But yeah, again, this is going to be alternating each of the days here. And honestly, I don't think that we've seen too many teams where they had too much priority on one map or the other. When we look at Battle Arena Elites and the Rejects, yeah, both teams able to deliver on both of those fronts there. So we can probably expect them to still come out guns blazing. But it's the question of the chasing pack. Whether are they going to be able to also have the same level of prowess or as some sort of consistency. We've seen some good games coming out from Hype PMA, CGM Wolf. ACR Esports also had a good closeout to the end of day number 2. We did see a good ending as well coming out from 24K Esports as they had a bit of a lackluster day number 1. We'll see how that is going to be playing a little bit of a factor as we move on here. So right now, of course, we do have the next 5 matches, and considering that we have quite a number, so since we actually have quite a number of rounds to play, that is something that will, of course, play into everything else. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we do apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll be taking a short break while we try and address the issue, so please do bear with us.
Behold, the beautiful island of Sanak. This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourist to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tukshay. Just look at him go. But Sanak wasn't always the pinnacle of Battlegrounds locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battlegrounds rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erangel, to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and frozen lakes to black zones of Karakin. There's a variety of battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls on Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erangel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murano. What a beauty! Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to remember it was an illegal action. Ooh, that's gotta sting! Luckily, vaulting and ledge grabbing were eventually made legal, and the Battlegrounds match excitement increased significantly. Weapons especially have been upgraded time and time again to keep matches fresh and fun. Let's check in with these 2 contestants. Say that, which firearms are you fellas using? Well, those are fine weapons, but you're not making the most of them. Here, try this stock for your M16, and this red dot for your micro Uzi. We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you 2 run along and kill each other. Those 2 could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestigious training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the Battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, arcade mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan-favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the Battlegrounds, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Spot pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked Mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked Mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanhok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanhok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time.
Testing 1.
Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature, a heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer? And how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time. and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
哇，4、5个急救吗？哦，这个我。
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
What the?
Alright. 5,
okay?
4, 3, 2, 1. Okay.
아치!
Testing 1.
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
baby! Whoa!
Once
Welcome
again,
back,
this is
ladies
going.
and gentlemen. And
All right,
sorry
so
for the
sorry
teething
about that.
issues, but yep, Contra, please let everyone hear your voice.
Oh, it's great to be back here once again. I'm so sorry for any sort of technicalities from my end, and it's great that you managed to hear me play of the J as we are going to begin our very first game of today for the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. My name's Aaron Contrachan, and of course, if you guys could possibly pop that like button on PUBG's Facebook page to catch all the action without missing a single moment at all. And yeah, seems like we've already gotten everything pretty much running smoothly. I'm pretty sure that there's pretty high expectations. You did cover some of these teams the past 2 days. Now we're midway. Of course, it's going to be pretty hectic for all these players here to try to snap away from Battle Arena elites.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order. Currently, the rejects are the ones which are tussling for the top of the table, and we'll see if they can make up for some of the points lost. But yep, in terms of the overview, we are here at day 3. So again, it is going to be the 3 Erangel rounds into Miramar to close things out. Of course, we will be seeing another 3 days of play, and that's going to be a total of 30 rounds total. So it's going to actually be an absolute massive number of games that these teams have to play at top-notch performance. Prize pool of $10,000 is going to be at stake. Never mind the fact that there's also that PCS2 slot for this region.
Yeah, and this is going to be extremely vital as we haven't really seen the representation coming from Singapore and Malaysia all too much from the past PCS, of course. But hey, we're looking to change that right now, and hopefully the top team of the tournament will be able to fly each respective nation's flag up high for the team. And of course, we'll be looking into some more stats. And also, if you guys are new to the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series, these are the teams that will be playing for today. Starting off, we have Battle Arena Elites, Hype, PMA, Vitis, Team Max, Bad Boys Gaming, CGM Wolf, and the Rejects.
And following up with the next 8 is going to be FFG KXS, 24K Gaming, Tactical Rayab, Huruhara, Area 51, Revive Team, Azier Esports, and Cryptid are your grand finalists here for the Singapore and Malaysia series. It was grueling qualification rounds, but this is the cream of the crop to emerge from both Group A and Group B to take it here in this 30-match series.
That's right, and I do believe the middle of the pack have been putting themselves really well back in those games we saw yesterday, where there's so many different winners. But of course, we do have repeated winners as well in the form of the Rejects as well as Battle Arena Elites, who both really have quite an amount of chicken dinners thus far. But you know, the race is still on, and we are just about to reach the halfway mark of the tournament. And if you guys want to check out more, of course, we'll still have the weekend runs coming in. This is the top fraggers of day 2 of the PSM series.
Yeah, completely dominated here by Battle Arena Elites and the Rejects, and Flood really head and shoulders above the rest of the pack, 34 kills, and everyone else is going to be roughly in the same range of 24 to 20. We've seen a lot of good frags coming out from these players, whether they're able to take out entire squads by themselves. I think Sophia and Cheesy Kimbap both had their moments in that respect, but yes, everyone really top gunning the opposition, and really, a lot of that is coming from the overall teamwork that they have, not to mention their own individual fragging skills there. So hopefully we can see a lot more of the same, but not necessarily just from these two teams. We're looking forward to seeing how other teams are going to step up to the plate. Of course, that's something that we're definitely going to hope for. And yeah, 99 frags would be pretty good here, but please ignore this one. But yeah, I think looking at Battle Arena Elites and the Rejects, what do you think is going to happen with these teams? Are they going to still maintain that level of kills?
Oh, I definitely believe so, as we are having Flood already hitting so many kills already within 2 days. You did mention that there was a top score coming in from the qualifiers where he almost hit about 40K, if I'm not mistaken. But now that it's a 6-day long tournament, I believe that he can definitely achieve 100 by the end of it if he's in his best form. But once again, here are our top survivors for day 2.
Yeah, and Flood, he doesn't just dish out the damage. He's also a very good evader of said damage. And of course, he's still going to have his teammates contributing substantially here in the form of Sophia. But yeah, look at the Rejects. They've been having quite a bit of that collective survivability that's really sustaining them into the later stages of each and every round that we've been seeing. But there's been very rare rounds that BAE has gone out early, I dare say. And we'll see if they can maintain that.
Yeah, I guess like if they can just make sure that they don't really use up all their gas in one round, and the next round just go for some very peculiar strats, then maybe they will have a little bit better consistency. But still, members of this side of Battle Arena Elites have the most damage done in the form of Flood as well as Sophia, 69-20 for the side of Flood. M0 coming on second place with U100 right there, and Sophia not too far behind, just a couple points shy as compared to M0. But we do have Miracle, who really got quite a lot of damage done from the side of PMA, and not forgetting Spaggy, who really did all too well for the rejects.
Well, Flood, not only is he consistent in general, I mean, like, look, he's #1 on all of the charts here. So I think that really does say quite a bit, as he's really been contributing substantially. But of course, it is very much the team effort and the enabling of those set opportunities for these individual players to shine. Sophia, I did see play a lot more individually as the lone vanguard or scout at times, and very comfortable playing in that role. But at the same time, we did see him being able to fit into a lot of the team fights as well that did crop in around the matches so far.
Yeah, and I do believe that they have definitely put in some sure firepower to their arsenal, and not only that, they really cover each other all too well with all these necessary utilities. And Sophia has been phenomenal yesterday. We've seen him really grinding out on those kills, and of course putting an end to some unfortunate players out there like Bozo. That was of course a very interesting moment that was being played out inside the Sanaska Island. And of course, today I do expect that we do have a lot more fun stuff going on, and some out of the box plays coming out of teams that might need to find a different direction to get themselves in towards the very final circle. So we are definitely getting ourselves ready for our first flight, and I hope you guys are ready. So make sure you guys sit back. If you guys got popcorn or any snacks at all, this is going to be a pretty interesting flight here for our very first game. So, Jay, any sort of the names that you want to bring up that you think that they might be able to really surprise us from the second half of the bracket?
Well, I think from the second half of the bracket, I mean, we did see a little bit of resurgence coming out from FFG KXS towards the end of yesterday. So hopefully now they can string a few more results together. Of course, the last game there, they didn't ultimately have the best of luck, but I mean, in the preceding rounds, we did see them get a few more on the board. We could probably expect to see them continue to move up here, especially with Xavier leading the way there for the team. Huruhara, they had a good day #2 compared to day #1. They had one breakout performance there, which really elevated them off the bottom of the table. So we can maybe see them as well get a little bit more of a contribution. But the one which is kind of slipped into that second half, Vitas, I can see them making a return as well. They've had some good team fights. They just need to make sure that they can have that with a little bit of a greater consistency if they want to be able to challenge for some of those top 8 spots.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at Vites as well as Area 51, who really have really high potential to climb even further. Where day one we saw Vites ending up on 7th place. The following day, in day #2, they have moved in towards the 9th spot. So 2 spots down. I believe that with a couple of games, they should be able to get back on their feet at the very least, or to even challenge the top 5 of the bracket. So as we look into the top 5 at the moment, of course, CGM Wolf used to be there, but they are slowly sliding downwards as well with pretty tough luck on their side as well. A couple of all these sort of the skirmishes that they were involved in were definitely giving them a whole lot of problems to clinch that chicken dinner. But the best that they had yesterday was perhaps a top 3 finish, if I'm not mistaken.
They did get a top 2 finish there, but but it could have been better because the rejects, they had 3 players left in that game, but it was 4 CGM members, 3 of them on one flank, and they died to 2 24K members. Ultimately, it was going to be Pocoyo having the final say and clinching that second spot, but what could have been another decisive round, as I think CGM Wolf has gotten 3 second place finishes and 2 top 3. if not mistaken, off the top of my head. I would have to check back again. But yeah, I mean, they're currently the ones that really need to get in a good result. I would say that they managed to get a little bit more out of day number 1, and they'll definitely be looking to get a big game here if they want to try and leapfrog ahead, as both Hype and PMA overtaking them for that third and fourth spot respectively. So I think they're not too far off. With a good result, they can definitely break the 100-point barrier in day number 3.
Yeah, and of course, anything can go in game number 1 as we will begin our flight and towards Erangel for 3 rounds straight before playing inside of Myanmar on the 4th as well as 5th matchup. So here it goes. This is match number 11 in the PUBG Singapore Malaysia series.
First matchup of the day, and looking forward to seeing how these players are going to be doing. And again, it's coming from the southern side, the flight path. So I wonder if this is going to be an island circle. We've had 3 island circle far out of 5 previous Erangel match. So I think we've been pretty lucky at that, and still one of the other was a little bit on the awkward side. But Aesir and Baz are going to be kind of doing the same thing. Pete's also have found a little bit more of a remorse. Maybe they might hang around there a little bit because one of those more normal circles did happen to center around that side of the map. PMA, they've pretty much been hot dropping, so to speak, by going for Chinky and Picado. But I think what's characterized so far all the games that we've seen across day 1 and 2, it's not a lot of early altercations. Everyone is kind of keeping their distance and not wanting to get entangled and lose people unnecessarily early on. But yes, in any case, Battle Arena Elites, they will be dropping to western side of Milta. And right now, they might get a little bit entangled if they're not too careful with the likes of the rejects. So a little bit of lag here. Hopefully not going to be something too detrimental for us later on, but we'll see as time goes on. Team Max also going to be in rotation already early on through Hillfox. But yeah, he's going to be kind of all alone here on the Gatka side of things. Not really going to be having too much presence here from his team members, but I think for the time being, he's going to be safe. But right now, the circle is going to be a little bit more central than not here. So I think that's still something that these guys are going to have to be careful with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and seems like we'll be looking into BBG's side because they've been visited by the side of Team Hype. So it will be pretty much a little bit of a challenging place for them to really play from, especially for a Hype. They are over on the southern side, not really in towards central military to directly contest with the likes of Bad Boys Gaming. So far, you know, it shouldn't be too much of a problem if the side of Team Hype could possibly rotate it towards Novo Rednoye, which they have already done so. But this time, the circle is going to be pretty much on the central zone. Not too much of a big problem for some of the other teams, but BAE as well as the Rejects have been pretty close by to each other. This is going to be a little bit troublesome for the side of Sophia, where he's hanging around Spaggy's side.
Yeah, and could be interesting to see if there's going to be any of those early altercations between those teams, no less. And only in the very final game of yesterday, across the 10 rounds that we've seen played so far, did we have a top 2 finish featuring our top 2 teams. So that was something that probably we want to see a little bit more of head-to-head, because you know, these kind of 6-pointer fights are going to be very influential in the overall outcome, of course, of the Singapore and Malaysia series, and definitely one that will help to settle a little bit of the grudge currently. Battle Arena Elites did manage to win in that fight, and that's why they managed to retake the lead in the overall series. But albeit, I would say that Battle Arena Elites had slightly better positioning there to help them edge out in that fight.
Yeah, so far these two really going at it time and time again, but here comes Revive Team. They're going to be going in for a couple of taps towards the side of CGM Wolf members. Well, that's going to be a couple of shots missed out there, so lucky for CGM to still have a member alive alongside with the Sia Impact. So it's gonna be easy rotations from this point onwards. Where there was a little bit of that sort of the slow start from them coming in from that Rozok section. Oh, going back to the side of Team Hype, they need to actually cut through the bridge, which I think that will be a little bit worrying, especially with the rejects and BAE pretty much around the corner.
Yeah, we just saw Miguel knock over JV, so Huhara not doing themselves any favors there. And do apologize if there's a little bit of lag in your feed, ladies and gentlemen, but we are trying to sort things out on the backside. But in any case, now there is going to be Team Hype that just has to plan how they want to try and exit from here. They do have two teams that they really do not want to have an early fight with if they really want to try and continue their assault from that third position. As 24K, again, they're one of the teams that was hot and cold so far over the course, but I would say net they are slowly improving as time goes on. And right now, they've managed to kind of stake claim on Yasnaya, so they don't really have to run into any other teams anymore.
Yeah, and as for all the other teams like 24K, I guess like they have been trying to go for a lot more engagements in the mid game. We've seen a lot of great work coming in from Bio62, but he might be seeing himself a little bit of that visitor by the outskirts of Yasnaya on the open wheat fields where A51 has been segregated across those corners. But towards the side of tactical rape, they will be sitting pretty inside the circle already by the apartments of school and the surrounding territories. They haven't really moved all too much, knowing for the fact that there are teams surrounding them. So I'm not too sure whether or not will this be a tough gridlock for them to exit if the circle does not favor them later on.
Yeah, but right now it is already going to be a lot of the central spots here kind of secured, as we did actually see quite a number of teams already drop right in the center, and honestly, other teams are going to know that it's going to be a bit difficult for them to do. Edsas here is going to get taken down by Rullet, as on the screen, Bio62 is trying to get that long-range shot there, and it looks like Old Man is going to finish off the D there, as Cryptid is going to be the team to lose the first man of this match, and Team Max is going to be well, I guess they're not going to say no to a point of fact when it's given to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, and yesterday Q-Rifted was struggling to even find themselves in towards the late phase, where a couple of times they got caught out, and yeah, they were playing with. So I feel like they might just be a little bit better, but Shogun's been running into the compound already, and there's gonna be a little engagement. And speaking of which, that might just be a little of that knock going on, but Shogun is still pretty much alive, while TX is trying to cut corners through the north side of George.
They're making life difficult here for Team Max, and I do believe that Savior is knocked down. I think he actually got out of his vehicle, and yeah, that might be an early end here for the FFG player, and that's really not how they wanted to go. Again, they were building up a little bit more momentum over the course of the 2 days, but now that might set them back a bit. Right now, Cryptid having the two players there inside of Aoki, and the rest of FFG still coming into the region here. Now they might look and see about finishing them off. Cryptid, I do believe, did start again with only 3 people. The whole of yesterday, they only had 3 people as well. But they have to try and make through. Shogun trying to pop up over the top there of the 3-story building, and the headshot landing for Aoki.
Wow, that was a beautiful peek right there, and he landed those bullets directly on the head, and Q-Rifted get himself flanked there by Tidarkers, and that will be the end for Q-Rifted once more, while Mellow One has drowned in the seas. Oh, I'm not sure what really gives them any hope at this point in time.
Oh man, that's not really what you want to have seen there. So Mellow One will expire here in this match, and for seemingly not a very good reason, we are already down to 58 people here. But of course, we did see some of these unfortunate rotations. So now phase 2 is going to reveal itself, and now we'll see how all the teams want to try and maneuver around based on this information. Currently, Rozok, we are seeing that there's going to be Revive teams still taking up residence here. They are actually really spaced out, so they're not going to be able to really repel anyone, especially CGM will favor that Watertown side, but they have managed to actually convert all the way over to the eastern side of Rozok. Battle Arena leads, and the Rejects actually going to be up on the high ground over here, just to the eastern side of the Chinky. It's going to be a little bit precarious if they run into each other at this early stage, but we're not going to say no for that.
Yeah, we'll definitely love to see a little bit more action. It's really a smooth rotation for the side of Vitas as they cut through towards the eastern side. Well, Loki's has been camping out on this section for a little while, where members of Vitas have just made their way in towards the circle, but he's all by himself. He needs to be extremely careful now as he will fall back to regroup with the rest of BAE. Now, over on the side of Tactical Rape, we are looking at an 8 times for Darjeva to work on his SKS. Spot for choice, even has the DP on the ground, but you know, it's going to be quite a tough gun to really control with those recoil sprays. But oh boy, here we have a close quarter action coming from Revive Team.
Yeah, Dark is already getting knocked down by Anga as the Revive team starting to push into the FFG players here. They're going for the flank. It's a bit too narrow. The angles available, and Aoki's already going to start tanking some shot from Noise, who's trying to peer around the side. He's going to actually get some return fire right back, and now trying to pop up a bit of utility. He's not ready to face off against Aoki, but Aoki he has to pace himself here. He's already down to 57 HP, and gonna have to throw up some defensive smokes. Bozo also getting taken down. Aoki is the last person left here, and he's on fire right now. 11 HP remaining. He's getting pushed by Anga and Vampires. They're gonna finish them off completely. FFG not having the best of luck here to start things off, and yeah, they did manage to take on Cryptid, but really not falling asleep at the wheel, it would seem here, as Anga able to get that vital first pick.
Yeah, I thought that for the very least they might have actually had Aoki there taking in one man down, but Revive Team, they had the entirety of the section. They had a flank from the back as well to really secure those knocks against FFG, which did have a couple of these members depleted in terms of armor when they were picking on that battle against Q Rifted way early on, but hey, at the very least they did secure about 2 pointers before heading off. But now we see an entire section of Rozok in school, and this will be a little bit of that long-range trade before anyone gets themselves a little bit more tied up with these close-quarter combat action like we just saw from Revive Team.
Yeah, right now everyone has already managed to secure a lot of these spots here is quite centrally, and you can see they're all nicely socially distant from one another. They're not going to move it anytime soon. They're going to wait and see how things are developing a bit more. If anything, it's just going to be a bit of chip damage. CGM Wolf not having much to do together with the likes of Huruhara, Max Team in Area 51. But Phase 3 here might spur these guys into a little bit of action, as this is one of the more normal circles that we've seen so far, and I think given the kind of flight path here, a lot of the teams are currently reside pretty nice and comfortably. And now we're going to be seeing that the circle is actually heading towards the Yasnaya field, so that's always making for a very interesting finish, especially since we see Vitas, they've already got considerable presence there, and the Harry Potter Tower.
Yeah, and that's going to be an open field for them to really go in for those pickoffs in the plains of Yasnaya. And I guess they are going to be having themselves busy much later on when this entirety of the circle closes right in. While over on towards the west side, we're already seeing so many rotations, including Bad Boys, who are opting to go all the way south. And little did they know, members of BAE, they are still lurking around, while the Rejects have already got themselves by the edge of it. Not pushing in towards the compound just yet, as 24K will be right inside of it.
Yeah, they are starting to put a little bit more pressure onto the surrounding teams, as really there's not a lot of these prime locations left here for phase number 3. So what they're trying to do at the very least, not only if they can get any kills on rotations, hey, that's fantastic, but the most part they want to prevent teams from crashing into their compound. Kamon is going to take down Rollet there. It's the Area 51 player. We'll be looking to see, can he confirm the kill? But right now, again, there's going to be a lot of these skirmishes here. There's not enough desperation just yet for these teams to try and steal a compound from each other. There's still going to be Yasnaya that's still technically inside, but it's still going to be a little bit less than desirable, as why you see teams opting to pretty much stay around the side of the field.
Yeah, I think it's a better option to stay along the sides, as it'll be even harder for them to exit the city if they were ever to be inside it. Therefore, it's going to be able to finish off Demon Eater, one of the top fraggers of Acer Esports, while Spaggy as well as M0 Boys, they have been hiding over on the lower side of this terrain for the moment, and I'm surprised that none of the members of 24K has caught them out just yet. And over on towards the Medusa intersection is where most of all the other teams are really going for the saps, and John Shout has got himself that kill against Battleman.
Yeah, Team Hype really holding the fort there on the eastern side, and really not wanting to let anyone squeeze through the lines if they can. 24K, I think they were shooting at the likes of Team Rejects, but not wanting to really stick out there. But now it looks like Loki's here is going to take down Murayama this time, as the Bad Boy is coming in late. Is not having the best of luck here. Africa down already now, J-Bot taking a bunch of damage, but he's going to be dishing out even more. Anga and Vampires both going down here. Noise also going to be 6 feet under. There's only one player left here for Revive Team. Trying to push it. Only 15 HP. He's going pro, and but he comes out with the big plays there, as he's going to claim 3 kills. Africa is going to be up off the ground. Tactical Rape, they're going to be happy with that play.
Wow, Tactical Rape with that perfect defense as they push through the entirety of the door. And BBG didn't seem to have that perfect angle to just take him out. There's a lot of damage being done, but man, what a play that was. Now over on the side of Team Max, we're already seeing them trying to pick off all these rotations, but they only have so little angles to work with.
Yeah, CGM Wolf going for a daring rotation here, but right between Team Max and Huruhara, not really outputting enough damage on either side. They kind of nestled into this position to the southeast, and now they're putting pressure on to Mushi, make sure that they're not going to get taken down. And pretty much this aggressive bit of fire is going to prevent a lot of that peaking, and really giving a lot of attention to the CGM Wolf players. But they're right next to the compound, which is where 24K players are. They're going to really have to make use of the terrain. Hopefully it has enough defilades to work with here if they want to be able to survive into the later stages.
Yeah, CGM Wolf has been up on that hill for a little while. Well, Downey's going to be able to not only knock Nefercore, he's going to immediately go in to secure that kill as well. So, PMA having a pretty good start, while Batman going in for a spray. Oh, he did get that knock on towards Answers. Now looking for the members of Hype as they crash into the same compound. He's pretty much outnumbered, but Cheesy Kebab got him covered up perfectly. Batman still survives.
Oh man, and look at the TK there in terms of the vehicle live action getting taken down, and Cheesy Kimbap will combine there in fantastic fashion there with Batman, and they're going to be able to clean house. Team Hype, after having some good positioning there on that eastern side, really not going to be able to come away with it. They are going to be going out relatively early here in the very first match, and now things are going to be settled down a little bit for the Rejects, and now they actually made that play with just 2 players in the compound as well, but they had to thank some third-party fire for the influence on that one.
Yeah, and that is such a dangerous spot for them to really crash right in, as it's been pretty much way too late for teams to really nosedive into the corners of all these compound walls. But you know, they were pretty much desperate, knowing for a fact that there are teams hiding in the woods as well. So there's really not too much option for the members of Team Hype. But over on the side of Elliot Raybacks, he's already by the edge of the blue, still needing to make a move. So they only got a couple more seconds to go before they need to hit right inside. Now he sees a little bit of taps in towards that small little bunker right down below, and he knows that, okay, he should not go anywhere close by.
Yeah, Vites currently have got them inside, so they're actually going to be peppering a little bit for now, but it does look like Ace here might be renewing that rivalry that they had with the likes of the Rejects, as we did see them go toe-to-toe in the 4th round yesterday. And yeah, it came down to the 1v1 between I think it was Cheesy Kimbap and Demon Eater, but yeah, unfortunately, Demon Eater, though he played out of his mind in that game, not able to come away with the clutch plays.
Yeah, it was really down to the wire at that very moment. And as for Huruhara, now they are averaging a better survival time at the very least, with all 4 members still intact. Still 41 players on the field, while Vitas have been taking that cover inside of that ditch for quite some time. Adodo runs over his own teammate in the really sticky situation here, but members of the side of Area 51 are pretty much safe. Dreamsire gets that kill on Loki's. Seems like a really tough run for BAE, as they've already lost a couple of members already.
Yeah, so PMA going to be able to get one up on their rivals there, and that's exactly what they want to do to try and catch up to them. But Abdul taking a lot of long-range damage. He's also tanking the blue as well. That ain't good for your health there. Sophia is actually going to be stealing the kill there from Ezo, but hey, all's fair in love and war, and they're going to be picking up another point here. There is still going to be enough presence from Battle Arena at least to get some decent points out of this one. Huruhara, they have to worry about Dara J, but he's looking for more kills to supplement the 3 that we saw him get against Tactical Riot. He's going to be able to make it to the wall here. He's going to take down 14, and now Huruhara, they have to scramble towards the backside here, see whether they can repel the would-be attackers.
Oh man, Acer Esports crashes out early with Tactical Rape, taking a whole lot more shots towards the side of Huruhara, while outside of Area 51, it's going to be Team Max going for the rush. It's Killbox cutting around the corners here, hoping to actually take Eclipse. And yes, he gets one in the back. He does not know where's the other one coming from, as he gets flanked from the smoke itself. Mushy going for the chase. They are both blinded by the smoke. Now he's going to be able to catch one more. Area 51. Absolute team wipe by Team Max.
Emerging from the chaos there, and now look at PMA fully engaging with the likes of the Rejects here. M0 has already expired. Batman's on the ground. Currently, Miracle is going to be crawling on all 4s here, but he still has the rest of his teammates backing, trying to even the score here. He's going to take down Downey, only to have it kill stolen there, as CGM Wolf is starting to get into the fray. Dream and P, they're both down. Miracle trying to do what he can. Batman is back in the field together with the support from Cheesy Kimbap. He's trying to repel a bit more. Looks like they're going to be able to push away this encounter from PMA, and they're going to be able to finish things up. But at what cost? They did lose Spaggy and M0.
Well, they did manage to farm 5 kills for Cheesy Kimbap, as he managed to secure 3K over on towards PMA. And one more knock towards the side of Pocoyo as he tries to engage against TR. But my goodness, Flood is actually tapping from such a distance and directly helping out the Rejects.
Well, he's actually going to be claiming the kill there, so I think he's helping himself, and now he's going to be able to deal one on to his former teammate there. Batman gets knocked down. Cheesy Kimbap is on the ground. He's running straight towards them. He's out for blood. Look at Sophia also getting into position to try and support. Cheesy Kimbap taking quite a bit of damage. He knows he needs to get his teammate out, otherwise he's not going to make it against these 2 on-rushing players, as BA looks to get more points on the board.
My goodness me, these guys are outrageous. It's going to be popping that volley, and Sophia lands that finishing touch. That will be the end for Cheesy Kimbap, Batman, and also for the Rejects. And now they have a little bit more breathing room to really chase up ahead into the standing without worrying about whoever comes right up next.
We were hoping for a bit more of head-to-head action between the 2 teams, and I don't think we are disappointed at all at this point in time, and we're starting the day in the best way possible. Battle Arena leads, though, still going to be at that 50% of their squad strength. CGM Wolf only with 1 kill, but they do have 3 players. I think Pocoyo was playing maybe a little bit too far off from the rest of the pack, and he kind of crept into that fight between PMA and the Rejects, and yeah, couldn't quite get out of it. But Sly DD, he's gonna get shot out by Roulette as he's going up over the top. More smoke's going to be popped here for the CGM Wolf team, and see whether they can prevent taking a bit too much damage. But now Roulette and Mushi moving out here. This could be absolutely dangerous here.
Oh no, one nade does connect though, and here comes Sophia, tries to get one more knock, and he gets it with a headshot. Ritzis is down. Well, there's going to be not much time left for even members of Tactical Rape to go in for a revival, with Uruhara being close by as well. This is where Sophia needs to even spot whoever is up on those hills. Uruhara goes out in 7th place. Well, there is still a Fika left for Tactical Rape.
Oh, looks like Slighty D is going to finish off JV after he stole the kill there from Sophia. A little bit of karma there. Pasha, though, is going to be eating lead there. Mushi coming out here right into the face of CJ and Wolf. Allen's and Slighty D. They have to try and hold off the pressure from these two players here. If they can get the pick, but it's not going to happen. Slighty D goes down, and looks like the refrag is not there. Roulette is going to get both of them. CG and Wolf, they have another exit here in 6th position, and yeah, really not enough points for them to really try and send up the table. Battle Arena Elites, though, will be looking to roll up this flank here. They're moving into the path there of Anga. Anga's going to, Afrika, sorry, is going to be able to take down Sophia. It's all down to Flood.
Now, Fika will be popping in the smoke, but the nade is flying right in, and he does not even need it at all. Flood is just furious, losing out on Sophia, but hey, he could still pull this off as a one-man unit at the very least. But 24K has been having that perfect defense. They know that their time is up to really put those guns into work. They heard a lot of noise coming in from Flood's direction, and now this is where they will go out for blood, and perhaps this might just be one of their first kills of the game for 24K.
Oh, 24K, what a first kill to have there. It's going to be Flood going down finally here after absolutely destroying Afrika. But now it looks like they are going to try and take the game here by the horns. They're looking for the other two teams. This is only going to be Vites and Mushi for the side of Team Max. This could be it. They are tossing out all the save utility for quite some time. Bio62 going to take down Veds. Vites only with 2 players left standing at the moment, I think. And now more smoke popping out. It's going to slow the advance a little bit here, but they're still going to expose themselves. Bio62, Talisman is going to be going down here. Mushi is going to be throwing a spanner in the works, while the rest of 24K, they're hot in pursuit of the rest of Vites, but they are missing out on Mushi, who's hiding in the smoke with 1 HP.
Oh man, this is going to be pretty much interesting on seeing how long can he last. Members of 24K falling down like flies as they are having their health deteriorated. While Ditas coming in through the corners. Kenny 9X spots them out, gets a little damage done. It's Mushi to take out Kenny X. Woo! My goodness, 24K wiped out, and Mushi still survives.
Wow, that's absolutely crazy coming out of Mushi. He's almost single-handedly took down all of these 24K members, but it's going to be handed to Vites on a platter. They're going to be able to take out the Team Max player. Thank you very much. We got the chicken dinner and 3 kills to boot.
Wow, what did I tell you? Vites is making their surge back and towards the top of the ladder, if they may. And this is a great hit start for the team, as they desperately needed those points to really catch back on track. They were on 7th place on their best, but they need to advance even further. So this win itself, although the kill values may not be as high, it was the same sort of plan coming in from the side of 24K, booking that perfect spot, making sure they play extremely defensive, and eventually close out the game. This is what I like to see coming from the teams that were in the lower half of the table. And hey, all 3 of them managed to make it out. Well, I can't really say 24K is on the other half, because they managed to make it in towards the top 8 for the very least. But what a game that was, coming in from all these players. And let's check out who will be your winners once again. It's Ghostly Boy, Mellow One, Nasselberg, and Vets.
Yeah, so these guys have managed to come out on top of the competition here as Vites. That's almost certainly going to be pulling them out from the second half of the table, I would imagine, as they were on the precipice of being able to creep in. And now I think this is going to be something that they really needed at this point in time. Now, we're not even halfway. By the end of today, we have finished half of the 30 rounds, but this is a good time to heat up. Of course, we did see a lot of the usual suspects bowing out relatively early and not able to sustain. And we saw a lot of them going head to head as well. As of course, we did have the onrushing Sophia and Flood finishing off the rest of the rejects.
Yeah, and they were chasing them like wolves right there, instead of CGM Wolf, who of course got depleted by Roulette himself. Well, I was really surprised on how sharp he is, especially when most of all the members were proning on multiple different directions, and he managed to get that quick glimpse of a peek to really mow down some members to the side of CGM Wolf, which I actually expected CGM Wolf to actually put up a better fight. But Flood, even when he was the only one standing, he was still armed and dangerous. But I think being on that other corner really couldn't have done all too much in that end.
Yeah, so I think, Afika unfortunately really faced a tough one there. Did manage to take down Sophia, but yeah, Flood absolutely made sure that there was no coming back from that one. CGM Wolf, though, I think they're a little bit disjointed and kind of like hoping for the best, going deeper into the zone. And Pocoyo running off a little bit towards that southern side, towards the PMA and the rejects fight. And in the end, they couldn't quite win their one-on-ones when it came to the likes of Team Max when they came up over there. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to a close here for our very first match of the day. So we got another 4 scintillating matches waiting for all of you to bestow upon. So we'll be taking a short break and bring you more action right after that.
Behold, the beautiful island of Sanak. This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourist to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tukshai. Just look at him go. But Sanak wasn't always the pinnacle of Battleground's locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battleground's rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erengel, to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and frozen lakes, to black zones of Karakin. There's a variety of battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls on Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erengel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murado. What a beauty! Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to remember it was an illegal action. Ooh, that's gotta sting! Luckily, vaulting and ledge grabbing were eventually made legal, and the Battlegrounds match excitement significantly. Weapons especially have been upgraded time and time again to keep matches fresh and fun. Let's check in with these 2 contestants. Say that, which firearms are you fellas using? Well, those are fine weapons, but you're not making the most of them. Here, try this stock for your M16, and this red dot for your micro Uzi. We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you 2 run along and kill each other. Those 2 could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestige training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the Battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, arcade mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the battleground, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Spot pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked Mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked Mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanhok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanhok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time.
Here we are back into the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. It's me, Contra, alongside with Play of the J, bringing you all the action as we've just witnessed Vitas secure their very first chicken dinner of the tournament, and they are trying to claw their way back into the lead once again. So let's check out some of the stats that we've managed to receive from match 11.
And it's Team Max that's going to be claiming the most number of points. They did finish second, but yeah, we did see some of the clutch plays coming out there right at the end. Pretty much single the entirety of 24K Esports. Great plays coming out there. They're going to get that 12 kills, double digits for them. They're going to really be pleased with that one. Vitas, though, of course, will be taking the chicken dinner. They get 13 points for their troubles here. And they're actually 4 teams with double digits in terms of points here. Battle Arena League still going to be maintaining some sort of pace at the top of the table, looking at the 12 points that they mentioned garner from here. 8 kills, from this game. Tactical Raib, they did pretty well for themselves. Dara Jabot coming to mind here quite prominently with those fights that he managed to take quite well for his team. The rejects only going to be able to get 7, so at least make sure that the lead doesn't spiral out of control. 24K, they could have done a lot better, I felt like, right at the end there when they did have the numbers, but it was kind of like piling all the players forward. CGM Wolf, bit of disappointment for them, I would say. They need more than the 4 points there that they managed to garner from this round, but of course they will tie with PMA and Hurahara.
Yeah, like we see a really high frag volume for most of the teams that are up from the first to 8 spot, as they are getting a lot more aggressive. To me, the surprise was Hype as well as Acer Esports. They were taken up relatively early. They didn't seem to be all too ready for those sort of the fights that was coming on their way, where Acer, if I'm not mistaken, they were driving in towards the compound where Battle Arena leads were at, and of course that didn't really end all too well for them. FFG, however, they were safe inside of Razak for the moment, and when Revive team arrived, it seemed like they were having a little bit of difficulty being on the lower side of that small hill right below the warehouse factory. And yeah, Revive team just got that perfect wraparound. So let's check out the overall leaderboard as well right after this to see who's the one being on top of the table.
And right now, Battle Arena Elites will still maintain the lead. Actually, they will extend it a little bit here as they manage to push it to 150 points there. They break the 100 kill barrier already here at the start of day number 3 as they managed to get 101. 135 points there for the rejects, so still 15 points away. Not too bad. PMA is going to be able to overtake Team Hype as course, they did have a horrid first round of the day. PMA will be tied with the 89 points, but it will did 24K Esports despite getting that very later finish to really close the distance here. So CJ Wolf needs to take advantage here and really make sure that they can overcome that. Vitesse, though, as predicted, is going to be able to climb back into the top half of the table, and they are looking like they want to take back that 7th spot from 24K. They are only 1 point off with the 53 points compared to the 54.
Yeah, and I would say that chicken dinner really helped them a whole lot. And as for all the sort of the facts that they have been getting, it's been stacking up. The middle of the pack is where we'll see so many of that shift. Even Team Max, really not too far behind. Revive Team, lots of with tactical rape, definitely have a chance to overtake some of all these teams if in the case that they do not perform any better than them. So Curifted this time won't be on the bottom of the table where we could sort of understand that playing with 3 members is really not the best of scenario to face off against some of the best of MYSG and in some words, Oceania as well. So, as for
Mm-hmm.
FFG, I felt like FFG has so much talent on board, but they haven't been activated up till this very moment.
Yeah, that's true. Though, admittedly, Savior is playing in a fill role here, so it's not. It doesn't mean that they've managed to practice that much, but the gelling, I mean, it still takes some time to develop on that front. As talented as Savior is there, so unfortunately, not everything is on full cylinders there. Let's take a look at the top fraggers. We're going to have Mushi weighing in with the 6 kills. And remember, he was absolutely instrumental in the downfall, up 24K. They're going to be looking for him. Cheesy Kimbap, he's going to be able to take the 5 kills. Sophia still contributing substantially here for BAE, despite them not showing up into the later stages of the zone, but ultimately didn't matter. They still got 12 points on the round, 4 points as well for 4 kills for Roulette as well. And Darajebat, yep, we did see some clutch plays coming out from him there to really make sure that Tactical Rabe, they could finish off those team fights in those early stages.
Yeah, and Roulette really put a lot of lead towards this CGM move to be able to secure this amount of pointers. As for Sophia as well as Cheesy Kimbap, yeah, these 2 teams have been taking a little bit too many fights, if I must say. But of course, the ones with calculated risk as well. So far, they've been able to flank, but it was BAE who managed to close the chapter off for match 11 upon Team Rejects right there. But you know, it's really rare to see 2 men just running out in the open to really get those 2
Mm.
kills so confidently. And yeah, this just goes to show that how scary these 2 players can be when you just pair up both Flood as well as Sophia all together.
Yeah, I totally agree. But I sense that there was a lot. Once they saw who it was in the kill feed, it was like, yes, I've got to get there and finish this right now. And of course, the rivalry is going to be quite intense. We love the storylines, as we said. Of course, there are former BAE players playing on some of the teams here. Of course, most notably is M0 and Badman playing with the Rejects. So it's always nice to see these kind of incidents happen over the course of the match. But of course, all in good competitive spirit. But yeah, I think we are going to be ready soon for our next matchup. And looking at that very first match, Contra, I do believe that a lot of the top teams didn't really show up for that one. Who do you think is most likely to make a turn for the better here, moving onwards to the second match of the day?
I believe it will be PMA to really get back on track because this game itself, we really don't see all too much coming out of them. And not only that, for the top half of the table, we do have Asia Esports who, day 1 was pretty all right for them. Day 2 is where they really shine a lot more with a lot of big plays coming out. But yeah, the previous game, it seems to be a really hard scenario for them to really escape from. So these two names probably will be able to do a little bit better inside of Arangel Map 2.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, we're still seeing a lot of inconsistency from all of these teams. And I wonder actually whether or not there's going to be a little bit of fatigue. Usually you have a little bit of time in between. I guess looking at the more recent tournaments, that maybe you have a little bit of break to be able to analyze and break down what you're doing wrong and how you want to plan yourself against the other teams. But if we look at the schedule, unless you really do have a lot of time on your hands during the day, it's going to be difficult to be able to recollect what's been happening over the course of the past 2 days. And this is only going to get further exacerbated as we, of course, have day after day after day of tournament series.
That's right, and of course, most of the other tournaments that they've been on is just like, okay, we play one weekend and we'll just play the next weekend. But now it's going to be stretching out on an entire week, so it's all about the stamina that they still have on board. And one more thing that will never fail them is practice. I believe that professional teams like BAE, CGM Wolf have been putting a lot of hours into the game. Not saying that the rest of the other teams are not putting sufficient hours, but of course, it's all about the effective training that they do have. And the good thing about these two teams is that they do have coaches respectively. So that's another burden that has been lifted off from some of these players when it comes down to pre-planning for some of the games. So I guess this is where they do have a slight edge as compared to some of the other teams.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't necessarily need to have a team having a designated coach, but at the end of the day, it's always going to be another pair of eyes that can go and look at what's going on inside the team dynamic and understand whether or not something's going astray. And sometimes the players they'll be able to know it themselves, but they need to have that outside voice to really bring them to a little bit more of rationality that they can come to terms with and make sure that they don't lose their cool, for example. Because right now, we've already finished the first 2 days. Okay, sure. If you didn't have a great time those first 2 days, that's fine. You can put it behind you. You still have another 20 rounds to play over the next 4 days that you can get something from that. So if they don't turn the corner and get something from this is exactly when they need to start churning those results. They need to start putting those series points on the board. Otherwise, there's going to be no way that they can really assault the top parts of the table. And I can't help but feel that CGM Wolf is one of the teams that might fall into this category. They definitely have the potential, but this is already day number 3. They need to start making some good results here and really blowing the rest of the opposition out of the water.
Yeah, and of course, they've been trying their level best at the very least, where they did have the circle in a way where they were on top of that hill where it all ended up by the very end of the round, but they didn't seem to be able to hold on towards that section, being there's so many other factors coming in from the other teams that really want to push upwards as well, and that's where T Max really got that advantage with Roulette, opening those rounds and eventually having Bushi to outlast the other teams. Of course, to be securing that second spot before Vitas secures the entirety of the chicken dinner. So, I guess maybe the best way that CGM Wolf could have potentially played that game a little bit better is to send one guy right down below to really check those other areas to receive a little bit more information. But hey, that game has already been said and done, and now we're moving towards another match inside of Arangel. So this is going to be the spawn island that we're going to be looking at before we see how this flight will be bringing us in. But oh boy, we're flying from the south again. Is this a signal or is this just a false alarm?
Well, Well, I don't even know anymore. I'm not going to even try. I'm just going to, sit back and enjoy the spectacle that we are about to see. Is already going to see Vitas going for the same spot, and we already have a player knocked down here. Both BAE and Hype both dropping onto Sosnovka, and it looks like it's going to be Flood who's going to be able to get the first frag, and did that so slowly. Robinoid must be so disappointed for that one here, and it really unfortunate as it seemed as though that there were enough vehicles, but he still got run over just before he could get to his.
That's so sad. I mean, he was just a few steps into the door, but now we're going to be looking at a car chase coming from Hype as well as BAE, where it's a very peculiar drop point for a Flood because they cannot enter the section of farm which they usually would, so they opt for plan B, which is to take the vehicle right down south, and Hype has been doing the exact same thing in the previous game, but yeah, this time seems like the challenge there definitely gave them a little bit too much of a problem. And speaking of a run over, oh boy, we have another one.
Oh man, it's a tag team action there coming out from the entirety of Revive Team. Slide ED from CGM Wolf. This is not how they wanted to go. We talked about how they needed to have a real big game, but it's not that they've done anything drastically different. I think both Revive Team and CGM Wolf has been going for around Rozok for the longest part here, but now Answers is going to get shots off screen here. Noise here before he can do any more damage here. He's going to get taken down by Pasha, able to spot him out, and only 1 HP remaining on his teammate there. So now that's going to be a little bit of revenge here at 1 apiece between Revive Team and CGM Wolf.
Oh man, CGM Wolf have always been dropping inside of Rozak, and now Revive Team will be pushed all the way in towards the corner of the town. But hey, at least they do have a little bit of vantage point, but not too much of those loots. They're on their SMGs. Matrix on that UMP, and I'm not too sure if he could actually trade because he does not have any sort of great attachments alongside with him. But hey, pro players gotta make do with what they have.
Absolutely, and I don't think that at least they don't have to use their fist, but it looks like the zone here is actually shifting towards the northern side, so it's actually going to be spurring a little bit of rotations coming out from a lot of these teams. You did see a lot of them drop out fairly early on, and maybe a little bit earlier compared to some of their earlier rounds, and we can compare easily because the flight path has been almost the same for every single air angle match, so we'll see if these teams are going to change things up a bit in terms of how fast they want to go, because on the northern side, I dare say there are there's less hard cover that teams can identify unless they pile into Georgia Pool.
Yeah, I guess like there's a few decisions that they could possibly make on these early game. But over on the side of the North Georgia, there seems to be a really huge crowd. Bessie trying to dodge those bullets. Yes, he will successfully make it out alive, but he did take a little bit of damage on those shoulders though. Uruhara, so far playing better game by game. This is a very good sign for the entirety of the team, and this being their hometown, this possibly will be them in their best comfortable setting at the very least. But every single one of these teams, they are already by the edge. But what happened to the vampires right there? Ah, man. I guess he took a really long bit.
Yeah, a bit too long. I mean, yeah, that's pretty excessive by any stretch of the imagination. But I can only surmise that it's probably because he's under pressure from one of the CGM Wolf players and didn't want to take a breath there from the Rozok River, for example. But now phase 1 is going to be well on the move. CGM Wolf still looting up here in Rozok, and Pocoyo doesn't even have a backpack yet. Seem a little bit under looted for place like Rozok. So they're going to have to also get a little bit of mobility. They did lose out a bit earlier on in the vehicles. That's why they did lose Slide ED, I do believe, as a Revive team managing to get there before him. Circle here, of course, is going to be all the way on this northern side. It's going to have to prompt a lot of these teams to make a little bit of those earlier moves as we were just discussing.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that none of the teams have made it into Saverny. They've already known that the flight does not really permit a direct access to the city. So if this circle closes in, I do believe that some parts of it will still cover the shooting range at the very least, so it shouldn't be too tough of a rotation. But as for BBG, they're just running in circles for some reason inside of the Sonoska Island. They're opting to take the other side of the bridge to perhaps make their way in. But oh my, Mini 14 Ironside on the hands of Black Rose. Can he actually get any knocks from here? I think not.
Definitely gonna try his luck there, but the reject's gonna continue onwards and upwards. Not really gonna be fearful of what's happening on there. The rest of Tactical Rave, though, they are gonna be in a potential spot here to catch them if they come over the Yasnaya Bridge. So a little bit of a preemptive play there. And it's going to actually make them think twice about going over, but it does look like Tactical Ray just going to continue onwards, not really wanting to set their sights on having any soft bridge camp. At the end of the day, Circle is going to be all the way a little bit further north, and still going to be lots of spots that can actually be secured. We did see a lot of teams there, only Area 51 and FFG really making some early inroads.
Yeah, and for now, Twin 4K has gotten themselves a little bit of a humbling bullets on towards those vehicles, but this convoy is going to be pretty alright. Kenny makes it out alive, dashes for those heals, and now there's going to be ample space for him to work with, but they're driving in towards the side of Kuruhara. This might be bad for Bio62 as they are now taking a little bit of peek, and they are avoiding that compound to the best of their abilities as they drive towards the hill.
Yeah, avoiding it like the plague. They don't want to get in any range of that. They're still taking fire from Kuruhara as they really just want to mark their territory right now and ensure that these other teams are going to have to fight each other just by the amount of map control that the Kuruhara boys are controlling. Wolf here is actually going to be taking Kenny as try and take your vehicle. I'm not too sure what they have in mind there. Of course, phase 1 is not yet finished, so these teams might not even want to settle on a firm location just in case they have to move, but definitely waiting to hold their ground.
Max is already cutting through the corners of ruins, and as they pass this bridge, they will see a little bit of guns pointed at them, so a little bit of a tough decision here to make, but it's going to be a Q Rift here. Playing with 3 men again, so at the very least you don't have that 4th guy that might be able to really knock them off their vehicles as they are opting to head in towards the northern George side. Yep, and there is a lot of fire being put out from that corner, and Team Max is suppressed from moving in.
Vita's gonna continue onwards. Of course, they did have a very good start to day number 3. Let's see if they can keep up the momentum here. But of course, Team Max will be fancying their chances as well. But looks like Circle here is going to be shifting substantially, and they're going to have to pump quite a few rotations. So a lot of the early rotations coming out. Oh, looks like the fire here coming out from Cryptid is going to be quite intense. But Miracle's actually going to be able to take down Ethos at the moment, as exactly at the moment that Team Max was moving on, but Shogun able to land a shot there. Hillbox is going to get taken out, and seemingly the early aggressor usually for Team Max is going to be down on the ground, but luckily he does have Mushi in close proximity, but that vehicle is going to get completely damaged and disabled by Shogun.
Wow, such a sharp shooting coming in from the side of Shogun. While both members of the side of Max now are being stuck by that corner, will have to try their luck to perhaps tap back towards the side of Shogun, but little did they know, there's even more teams joining into the party. PMA knocks down Hillfox, and Shogun has to finish that kill off.
Oh, Mushi now is in quite a bit of trouble. The hero from the previous round is on the verge of being eliminated here. In the meantime, Etsas has managed to be res here by Asi here. As, they're going to be seeing should they rotate a little bit more. Now, this compound is usually a very good one to catch a lot of these rotations. We did see them open up onto Team Max, but they're going to be on the edges here of the zone. I think they have to kind of move out. PMA, though, is going to be fully aware of Mushi all alone here. They were really taking a lot of those pot shots, and going to be kind of spread out, but that piece of terrain there is going to be prompting this kind of play. Whereas now Ezo is actually going to take down Darajabat.
Well, the top fragger of the team, Darajabat, already out for the count for Tactical Rave. His Bio-62 finally finds a little bit more on his crosshair. The other game that we saw him play, of course, he didn't manage to get back on his feet all too much with very little work with, but 24K did manage to make it in towards the top 3 nonetheless. So for Roulette, they'll be able to get that knock over on towards Quadro.
Yeah, unfortunate knock there. Quadro is going to be having an early match number 12 here. In fact, as now Pasha is trying to weigh in a bit. He does plot out some of the players here over on the western side. But again, it's going to be CGM Wolf. I wonder how they want to try and approach this. I mean, they already lost Lididi, as we saw from the early stage of the game, but they are rather spread out here, not really having any fixed compound, and can't really see the particular need to stay there necessarily, but most likely going to be seeing how the circles are going to be developing. I mean, phase 2 did shift significantly, but we have to see maybe something a little bit different coming out from them.
Team Max now getting pushed from below. It's going to be Mushi trying his best to really lob those nades to connect towards those members of PMA down below, but he's only got very little health left. He's forcing his very final first aid kit, and now another one up. Good thing that he did stock a lot of all these frags, and oh my, almost got one right in the back, but now he's going to be pushing out instead, but he didn't check the left corner instead, and Mushi have to suffer his fate right there.
Yeah, old man trying to see if he could get there in time, but no, he's going to keep on going onwards. This the entirety of PMA all getting in on the action. Mushi did have the moment there where he did knock down one of the PMA players, but yeah, not able to act on that. So he's going to expire early on here. Only 2 players left for Team Max, as now we'll see if these teams are going to really try and take a different stance. Crypt is still going to be, in a way, gatekeeping ACR Esports, who have been really taking their time. They're all the way here on the bridge and getting corralled by the blue zone, trying to take some long rotation path here, but I'm not sure that it's going to work out in their favor. There's going to be problems ahead. Josia, though, will get spotted out as Etsas is looking to put the finishing touches here, and they're going to be able to claim another point. So 2 points for Cryptid as they look to pick themselves up from the bottom of the table.
Interesting rotation pathway coming from Acer as they choose to move back in towards the south side and hit it all the way east this time around. And over on towards the lower side of the town of 70, we're looking at Hype trying to make a dash out of this narrow here with the circle shifting away. Oh, Ghostly Boy! Got caught out by live action. Where did that one come from?
Oh, right between the eyes right there. And now looks like Vitas going to have to try and reset their teammate. Luckily for them, it wasn't a Car 98, so he's still going to have some bits of his helmet, I do imagine. As now we're seeing that Spaggy is going to be able to take down Roulette. Team Max, after having a good round to start the day, it's all going haywire for them. Only Old Man is going to be left here. Bullet, that's pretty much nothing that he can do. I don't think that Old Man is going to be in a great spot to help him out there. The vehicle on the verge of combusting at any point in time.
So far, it's going to be a really difficult place for most of these players to play from, as it's moving across from shooting range. Well, 24K now having Ezo here to just remove some tires. And Wolf has been holding on towards that K9, nothing on his crosshair as of current. But this is going to be a really interesting place to really finish off our match so far. A little bit of that drive in and gatekeeping well done by PMA.
Yeah, they're going to take down Zam, and Bad Boys, they've been going for a lot of these late rotations into the zone. I don't think it's been really working out for them. They might need to employ a slightly different timing when it comes to these phases here, because coming in late like this, I mean, I know they loot up around military base and they're well stocked, but it's not going to be any good if you got every single gun looking at you and you don't manage that. But Miracle, he's going to go down here as PMA again, really all the way here on the edge. And Bad Boys, just like that, they're going to be the first team eliminated.
Oh my, PMA also getting knocked by the edge of the circle as well. Things are going really rowdy as 24K managed to receive so many kills upon members of the side of Bad Boy Gaming. Now back to the side of PMA, trying to actually tap out members of the side of Area 51 as they try to reposition the car. This is going to be a tough spot to be at by the edge of shooting range. But PMA, they're not in the clear just yet. They don't have the circle right now. Every single part of the hill has already been stacked up upon them, and it's only Miracle that has managed to get a couple of frags. They don't want to be one of the earlier teams to really fall flat in this phase 4.
Yeah, so full strength squad of PMA does look very formidable there. We'll see if they can continue to dominate on that western side. They got 24K right in front of them, currently taking a bit of fire there. The sound of FKS always does sound like a flat cannon to me, and absolutely delicious. Now they are starting to push up the hill here, see if they can catch the PMA players. If they try and get a little bit of a better vantage point here, but they're taking hits. They're trying to hop between these two different trees. So 24K, last time they ran full headlong into someone. They faced quite a bit of problems, but wow, look at Cryptid and the likes of Huruhara, just like that's going to get eliminated.
Man, they got rushed right in. We're not too sure what really went down over on the other corner, but members of RT, they got bashed up by Battle Arena Leads as they will go out in 13th place. Flood's going to be able to get one more on the crosshair in the form of Vites, who just got their chicken dinner, but now they're being put in towards a lockdown scenario inside of those houses. Pocoyo moving in towards the smoke, trying to challenge Tactical Rape. Then Tactical Rape doesn't really have all too many members around. Over on side of Pocoyo, trying to check on the top side. Oh! Between the eyes, it goes down to the ground.
Wow, so just like that, Pocoyo is going to be hitting the dirt there in the worst way possible. And now there's only going to be one player left for CGM Wolf. It has really not started out well for them. And now it's going to be up to these other teams to see if they can really take advantage. PMA is really patient with this potential altercation with 24K. They have actually moved quite a bit of distance here looking for them. They're going to be actually scattered around. There's also going to be FFG that everyone has to be a little bit mindful. PMA currently just trying to gather as much information as they can, as this a bit of a disjointedness from 24K could be of their undoing, but right now, luckily, both of these teams are kind of neutral in terms of their overall angles that they have on each other, but PMA still trying to keep their eyes peeled.
Yeah, but in terms of all these stocks of equipments that they have, Dowdy doesn't have any helmet or even vest left on his side. And speaking of first aid kits, even Miracle is only down to 1. So I'm not sure if they were to go in for another engagement here with 24K, it's either if they win that fight and loot out of those boxes, or just get absolutely depleted by the very end of it all.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that one. They have to take a fight and do it decisively as well. And I think knowing PMA, that's definitely going to be playing to their strengths. So they need to find the right timing, and that's exactly what they're doing. I think maybe there was a bit too much in the way of long-range skirmishes at the start. BJ is now unloading. Flood and Loki is going to be having all their vehicles here set up, but Bozo is going to knock over Darkest, and I don't know how many friendly fender benders we've seen. We lost count already. Bio62 though will be taking down Aoki, as that couldn't have come at a worse time. And that's exactly the worst time that you hate to see these team knockovers with the vehicle. Xavier, the last player left, he's already tanking quite a bit of damage. He's getting shot in the back. 24K, they are on the verge of eliminating FFG from this game.
Now, back to our side of BAE, there's going to be a little bit of a lobbing of the nades coming from both ends, while Downey has been trying to suppress members of 24K, and FFG is holding that compound real tight. Saber cannot really move out for now, while Loki's now all by himself. He needs to really do something in between those vehicles. Oh my goodness, that's the Lipberg! Fire in the hole!
Wow, what an inch-perfect nade here. Now it's Blood who has to try and deal with the blood over here as they're all pouring out. He's the last surviving member of BAE. Sophia and Loki's already down. And now the two players here, but they line up and they're going to both go down. Flood is absolutely insane. He's only got one player left to deal with, and he's actually going to take quite a bit of damage. Flood backing off here. Get the smoke out. He has to take his time and just know that he has only this one singular member to try and deal with. In the meantime, it looks like Xavier is finally going to expire.
My goodness. Oh, that thing connects! Nassala, Burke, and Mellow 1! Started off with a nade and ended with another bang to really take out Battle Arena leads. But Flood, he could have actually secured those kills, but he did not manage to get that in time by the very end. Downey, though, has already marched up ahead against 24K. Now, they're bringing in the Molotovs, and they are beaten to a pickle. Oh, perfect peek, but it's Downey going down to the ground instead. There's Fire trying to push, but he cannot move in for his fire. And for now, they need to find him right inside of the shack. Well, Pete will be able to put him to sleep, and there goes 24K, 7th place.
Oh, that was such an important fight for PMA to finally take that extra loot that they need to be able to sustain in the later stages. 24K already, of course, having taken from names themselves there, but now it looks like it's Hype who's going to be in a bit of trouble. Devil here going to be taking off John Shout, and now the rejects. This could be their chance to try and catch up to BAE after they bowed out a little bit earlier on. ACR Esports, though, they are doing much better here in this round compared to the last, but, yeah, Caster's Curse right there, as we're going to see Black Rose coming up and claiming 2 kills there at their expense.
Tactical Rave now raining nades upon the side of members of the reject. Will be able to connect towards the side of Cheesy Kimbap. Now looking back for Batman. Oh, what a shot, but he did not have enough damage to really knock him out yet. Well, as for Batman, he is a little bit far apart from Spaggy. Spaggy trying to actually land a shot. Well, M0 has got this area to hide from Afika for the moment, as the circle will be closing right in upon both of these teams. They both have to make a move.
Yeah, and this is going to be nail-biting and stuff here, as it's really going to prompt each other. They can't afford to tank a lot of this damage from the blue. There's no time. Look at the terrain. It's going to be so hard for them to just get into the zone, let alone actually still take the fight here. Oh, the shots are inch perfect there. Rixus is going to be absolutely clutch this game. He takes down M0 Boys as well after dealing some significant damage early on. 5 kills here for Tactical Rave, and they're looking pretty good. Spaggy is still going to be alive here that they have to worry about, but Team Hype is going to get finally eliminated here, but it's going to be Area 51 getting on the board. Only Dabble that's left here. He's going to try and get his 2 team members, but PMA is looking to put the final nail in the coffin.
They are on the hunt. They know that some of these members are being knocked out, and they heard all the shots already. This is a golden opportunity for them to really go in for the punish. Another 3K will send them near towards that double-digit mark without even worrying about those ranking points. Al, Downey, and Pete, they are checking each one of these corners once again, and now heading in towards phase 6. It already feels like phase 9 for some reason, as there's only 10 players left in this match right now.
And PMA finally attracting a bit of attention here from Tactical Rave, and if Rixus can land some of those clutch shots here, that'll definitely put them in good stead. Currently, PMA 6 kills on the board. It's looking that it's workable for them, but right now they're going to be sandwiched between Area 51 and Tactical Rave, and yeah, they didn't quite go and try and finish things off. Downey is going to be right in the center of the zone. I can't help but feel they're just going to get absolutely crushed from both angles here. Currently, both teams are actually very much focused on them, but Pete and Dreams, they have to be a little bit mindful of the potential threat that's coming here. Spaggy, of course, he's going to be playing a little bit on the more stealthy side, but Downey, he's going to get spotted out, and he is right in the middle of nowhere. It doesn't look good here for the PMA player.
Oh, it seems like Tactical Rape will be joining in to suppress members of the side of Area 51, or just make that one member right across. Spaggy gets a catch. He's just right behind that crate, and he's giving him a little bit of a tango to show him what he's got for the moment. Well, back towards the side of PMA. They're trading a little bit of shots, and Dreams have been caught out. Now, over inside of Pete's once again, this is going to be where things get a little bit more interesting. He's going to be able to go into revive Dreams YR for the moment. Well, tactical rape. They might have two of these members already inside of the circle, but little do they know the position of Black Rose here could possibly backstab the side of PMA. Well, Air 51 having even more bullets being sent their way, it's just going to be a little bit more difficult for Double J to really put in a couple of kills. But Spaggy might just be peeking at this very moment, and now he's got to make a run. Oh boy, he gets caught out.
Oh, the shots there coming out from Spaggy. He's going to be able to take down Dabble there. And Pete, currently the last surviving team member for PMA, he's going to be biding his time. But Spaggy, yeah, he's going to help himself to whatever he can get. The Rejects, you would have thought that they could get a better performance in this game compared to BAE after they dropped out early, but they've been facing a lot of problems themselves. But Spaggy is willing to hold the torch here as much as he can. But now Pete's getting spotted out here. He's going to be in a bit of trouble. Rix is landing a few shots already here as Tactical Rave only have two people standing.
So far, this has been the best round possible for Tactical Rape, hitting it towards the top 4 situation and still having many of their members up online, but Spaggy could possibly put in a little bit of a surprise. Only solo units all across for PMA, TR, and also Area 51 for the moment, but the circle does favor the side of Max over the other corner for the side of Area 51. Oh my! Speaking of TTR, now they're only down to 1 man, and it could be either one of these 4 teams to take it all the way to secure that chicken dinner.
Oh man, the 4 solo squad members essentially, but Spaggy is going to do it all by himself. He's going to be clutch against Tactical Rave, and now we are down to 3 remaining teams. Only 1 player each, and Spaggy, he's going to be fancying his chances right here. He knows exactly where Messi is and looking to get the angle. And the best part is he's still maintaining that distance and line of sight blockage with Pete. Pete has been very passive in these later stages, and this is exactly where Spaggy is looking to shine.
Oh, speaking of which, Spaggy gets 1. And in fact, all 6 kills for the side of the Rejects has been secured by Spaggy himself. Undoubtedly the top fragger of the run so far for map 12, but now he's on hunt. He's looking for Pete, and I'm not too sure where if Pete knows that he is cutting through those corners by the edge of the circle. And I think he's already got the idea. He's taken that peek towards the trees, but maybe he might have shifted already. So Spaggy will check it out one by one. So not too sure if Pete is up for this one.
I think Pete has no idea Spaggy has made such a long rotation from the last seen place, but he is waiting with his eyes peeled to see if he can catch him out. Spaggy, again, trying to get as much information as he can without giving too much away himself. But Pete currently does have the better positioning here at the moment. He's actually going to get off his belly here, and he might be able to spot out Spaggy. Spaggy, though, is also going to spot him in turn, and he's going to know he's right there by the tree. The Molotov is going to go out there, and Pete is going to be forced to move out. He's burning alive here. He's had to maneuver a little bit more. He's down to a quarter HP. Spaggy is absolutely insane. 7 kills there, right at the death, to take it here for the Rejects.
He absolutely roasted him off to secure this big win for the Rejects. And man, this story is just unreal. Battle Arena leads got wiped out, and they know, okay, I've seen the kill feed. It's time for us to get back on shape. And with this, Spaggy, he was the one-man army to be able to secure all the kills for the Rejects. What a big round this is.
Oh, he must be absolutely pumped from that one there. He took out all 3 members from Tactical Rab. He took down Messi. He took down Pete's as well. thoroughly deserves to get the MVP award for today, I do believe, based on that one play alone. And I know I did say that I would imagine that the rejects would step up because BAE stepped out, and I take that one back here as Spaggy definitely proving me wrong on that one. And awesome plays coming out from him. And mostly you would see in those kind of situations with solo squad members, they would be a little bit apprehensive about engaging into these kind of fights. Not Spaggy. He is going to go balls to the wall there and take down all the remaining kills. So yeah, we have the rejects finally, well, not finally, but again, going to be trading the wins here with Battle Arena Elites. They have 4 apiece now. Badman, Cheesy Kimba, M0, and Spaggy. Going to be absolutely thrilled with that one.
Yeah, and of course his game sense was just phenomenal, and he definitely saved the best Molotov for last to secure that kill. Well, technically, in the end he did go in for the push as well, but if PMA doesn't heal up in time, of course they will be cooked up, and of course not having the chance to still go in for the shots against Spaggy. So I believe that is all that we have here for this round 12, and we'll be moving in towards our next map coming up shortly. My name is Contra, alongside with Play of the J. All this is brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, KNK Revolution, and Cause and Effect, and we'll be seeing you in a couple of minutes.
Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature, a heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer, and how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
哇，五个急救吗？哦，这个我。
Level 3 vests and helmets with the.
What the f? 이렇게? 아치!
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
No, baby! Whoa!
Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature, a heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer, and how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. I'm Play of the J. My co-caster Contra and I will be bringing to you all of the action that we still have left, and we still got another 3 matches to play. We've seen again our top 2 teams really trade the number of wins here between all the rounds, seemingly since we started the tournament. So both Battle Arena Elites and the Rejects both getting on the board early today.
Yeah, and of course, we've seen Battle Arena leads and the Rejects had a 15-point gap between them. But I do believe after this round, that result might have tallied to become either equal or slightly above. And speaking of which, we had 17 points going over the side of the Rejects. PMA coming on second place with a total of 6 kills. 7 kills for Tactical Rape, their best round so far. Lost out with Area 51 with 5. But they are tied with 24K with a total of 10 points. But, you know, they got 9 frags, but they didn't really get themselves that better position at the very end. Hype coming in with 7 points, 6 points for Battle Arena Elites, while Vitas here will be having 5 points for themselves.
Yeah, so that's pretty much the story here for match number 12. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard here and see how this actually played out into the overall standings. I do think that it's going to be quite close here. And Battle Arena Elites only leading by 4 points. Rejects cutting down the lead despite BAE getting the 12 points in game number 1. It looks as though they managed to close the gap here through that performance, and they have to thank Spaggy all the way to the bank there. PMA going to breach the 100-point barrier after they had a solid game there. 101 points, 96 points for Height. CGM Wolf still trying to catch up, but really not getting enough points on the board, I feel. 24K still going to be actually moving up a little bit here as AC are dropping out early. Vita is still going to maintain that 8th spot here, and I think we're seeing Tactical Rip starting to move up, but otherwise, I think our bottom half is kind of staying relatively the same.
Yeah, a lot of all these teams are loitering around the 60 to 50 point gap. So CGM Wolf is going to be ahead of the other players out there on that 5th position, and that definitely makes up for the overall leaderboard for now. While Hype, I do expect them to really put in some even extra numbers out there, but they are the next one to be expected to break in towards those triple digits by the end of this game itself. But as for PMA, yeah, that round itself, they managed to secure that top 3 in a 1v1v1v1 situation in all 4 of these games. And, well, I mean, all 4 players during that matchup, but, well, it was a Spaggy showdown at the very end where he just stashed so many of these kills for the Rejects.
Absolutely, and I think he did manage to get quite a bit going there. If not mistaken, he cleared out everyone else there at the end. 3 of the Tactical Ray players, the Pete from PMA and also the Messi from Area 51. So yeah, whatever it is, they need to hope that Spaggy can continue to put out such performances for the rest of the day. I would imagine. Well, I mean, of course, they would like to have that over the next 4 days in cumulativeness, but we'll see if that's going to happen.
Yeah, we'll be checking out how this game tree will change the course of the battle once again. And of course, we'll be prepared for our mid game here as we'll be taking flight in a couple more moments from now. But this is your top fraggers for map 12. 7 kills for Spaggy, 5 for Flood. Rixis joining in with 3 kills alongside with Wolf and Downey.
Yeah, good contributions from all of them. But yeah, Spaggy definitely having the individual performance so far from a singular game. I think Flood, you could argue, has the overall highest performer from a single individual so far, based on the stats that we have managed to see so far. But of course, we have to see the overall stats from at the end of the tournament and stuff, because I think like even the ones that we saw at the start of today, that was just for not sure if that was cumulative or just the total for match 2, or rather day 2.
Yeah, we'll be seeing at the very end of the day on how many kills have been stashed up by the overall top fraggers of the tournament thus far. And as for today, it's been looking pretty great for both Spaggy as well as Flood. Flood is really a raw talent that definitely has so much to offer if he ever goes to the international stage. Like he joined into Battle Arena a couple months back, if I do remember correctly. And
Mm-hmm.
so far, he's been gelling so well. And not only that, they have been stashing so many high volume kills, even if they were falling a little bit earlier than they should have. But you know, so far things have been being pretty much for their side, as they are trying their best to really get themselves ahead of the rejects, which now, the gap between them is just going to be just a couple of points.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've definitely been setting the tempo and trying to take matters into their own hands. I think we saw that in game number 1, where they actually went out and finished off the rejects in that game. So, yeah, Flood, the former Atletico player, definitely showing his value here for BAE. We'll see if that is going to happen later. We're just waiting for all the players to be ready here to start the game. But I think looking at this, it's going to be very difficult to separate BAE and the rejects. I think they both have turned up for this competition with the same level of tenacity, as they both really want to claim that spot. And let's remind you that no teams actually from Singapore and Malaysia actually managed to represent at the APAC level at the last competitive cycle. So everyone is really hungry for that slot.
Yeah, and then of course they really gotta really put all these things behind if there's any sort of worries or jitters at this point in time. Hey, it's been 2 days already, and now on the third day, you've seen even all the other teams that were on the lower side of the table already push themselves all the way up, and of course they got nothing to lose and everything to prove here in the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. And make sure you guys actually drop the like and follow button on PlayerUnknown's Battleground and also Geek Events Facebook page to keep yourself updated with not only the scores, the top fraggers, but the entirety of the tournament will be, of course, having it broadcasted live as well for the upcoming days. So now we're in the halfway mark for day number 3 as we get prepared for another flight in towards Erangel. So later in towards Miramar, it's going to be a change of tempo. So whichever team that has already got that groove, they got to make this game count.
Absolutely. As of course, Erangel, I mean, everyone's going to be generally more comfortable with that. Miramar can sometimes stretch a team in ways that they didn't know that they were that flexible, if I dare say. But again, it's a different game to play. And I think some teams, of course, will be able to rise to the challenge. I think, of course, from our 2 top teams, we don't really see a problem in either of them being able to turn up the heat if it comes to play on either map. Of course, we only have Erangel and Miramar at the moment. Sanok was in the competitive cycle at the start of the year, but after there was going to be the rework, it got discontinued from being in the competitive calendar. So hopefully after the rework, we're going to be seeing it back maybe in the cycle 3 to close out the rest of the year. would be a little bit more of a joker in terms of the competitive games that you can see over the course of a tournament, as most teams are not able to really adjust to that kind of playstyle that easily.
Yeah, and I really do want to see competitive Vikendi someday as well. But we'll leave that for the future to see how PUBG esports will be growing throughout the years. And now we're taking our flight here and towards our third game inside of Angle for day 3 in the PUBG Singapore Malaysia series. And this time around, we are floating all the way from the northeast side and towards the southern island. Well, there's going to be CGM Wolf already hopping out towards the north side of Stalber, hoping to pick up the vehicle to head in towards 70, but with 5 team, they're looking to do exactly the same.
These two teams are inseparable. They have been dropping in and around Rozok for all of the Erangel rounds, because all of the previous flight paths have been relatively the same. Now it reverses, and yeah, they're both going to drop out. I'm not sure that there's actually enough loot around the Stalber side of things for all these teams to really benefit from. But we'll see if that is going to change a little bit later on. Spaggy, MVP from the previous round, looking to continue with the exorbitant number of kills coming into the way of the rejects. Going to be able to claim the vehicle here, and seemingly for today, we've always been having quite a lot of these early road kills as certain teams. This is the highest amount of aggression that we usually see from any teams. It's just fighting over vehicles, pretty much.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, the previous game, it was kind of brutal for the likes of all these squads that has been playing from the start to the finish. Like, this is the very first time in game number 2 that we have only lone units left for all 4 teams in that final few circle, and everyone else was just taken out a lot earlier than that. So we're really looking at a change of pace for this third game here, as everything seems to be pretty silent for the first 2 minutes and a half.
Yeah, and we can already see Vitas already deciding to leave Sosnovka Island now. They don't usually drop here. They usually go for Primorsk, but they did decide to drop out last. And looks like our circle here is going to be focused a little bit further towards the northern side, but a bit more central than what we saw previously. So that could be a stroke of luck here for Revive Team and CGM Wolf. They should be able to have a relatively clear route to rotate along that northern road that we tend to see some teams do in their similar positions. But Pachinki, again, going to have PMA coming so close there, right at the end. Of course, they do have one win to their name, but yeah, I think they need to consistently get into those top spots a little bit more. Savior, though, he's going to get a little bit of action going for his team here, and not at his expense this time, as Etas is going to go down from Crifted.
I think that's the very first vector kill that we're getting in the tournament so far. And,
yeah.
Well, that is a very impressive way to really start things off. I wish we really get that clip on Savior. But, the other games, we talked about this particular player who was formerly from Battle Arena Next as well as Battle Arena Elites. He had his glorious moments previously, but oh my, Hellfox goes in for that perfect spray, and he will catch out Posey Boy. One member down from the side of Vitas.
Hellfox is always the early game predator that we tend to see throughout all these games. He always seems to get things going here for Team Max, and let's not forget Team Max. They've been having a good day number 3. That they came super close to being able to finish game number 1 in style there. Of course, there was going to be Mushi, who was going to be able to take down pretty much the entirety of 24K, but of course Vitas did have the numbers in the end. But yeah, Team Max still able to get double-digit points for that, and they're really trying to challenge, break into the top half of the table. They're only 5 points off Vitas, so this is a double header that, yeah, they're going to be able to deny some points and prowess for their challenging team.
Both Battle Arena Elites as well as TR has already made a couple of rotations. TR being the early bird, While Tactical Rape has heard a little bit of that sort of movement across those hills as well, now they're trying to put a little bit of that from quite a distance in the first that RJ, but will not be able to just follow suit onto what he has been putting up. But oh my! It seems like Kurohara has been stopped over while Batman just body cornered the Lake of Watertown while this is going to be looking a little bit back. Gooks gets one knock towards Spaggy, the top ranker of the previous round, and Abzero is the next one to fall. 18-1-4 coming out of nowhere while Cheesy Kimbap will go in on a hot pursuit now, only having a little bit of health left. And oh man, the bullets are flying all over the area. Well, Kimbap making a lot of noise. This is going to be a little bit tough for him. He cannot seem to run in the water. But man, that's one big nade coming from side of debut. He nades his own teammate? What on earth is he doing?
Oh my goodness, Jay, what are you doing? And yeah, Kurohara, they're doing so well there, but yeah, kind of shooting themselves in the foot, so to speak. Cheesy Kimbap, though, last surviving member here for the Rejects. Now, he's going to have to pull off a Spaggy here to really try and redeem this round, but that is absolutely terrible start coming out here from the would-be challengers at the top of the table. And now they're going to have to sit on the bench here as Cheesy Kimbap is going to have to do his best Spaggy impersonation.
Oh yeah, like Spaggy cosplay wouldn't be all too hard, would it be, for Cheesy Kimbap? Back in day number 1 and day number 2, he had quite a number of frag volumes, but now inside of Watertown, it's quite an interesting area where he could just hide himself somewhere in between all these sort of shack or even the dilapidated buildings right down below with some water to perhaps give him a little bit of an area to just squeeze his way through. But then again, I'm not keeping my hopes too high for him for now as he's surrounded by Kurohara.
The only saving grace at the moment is that technically he's still inside the zone, so you can afford to wait. Oh, but look at who has turned up into town. It's going to be Battle Arena Elites, and it would be hilarious if they managed to actually catch out Cheesy Kimbap, as they have a habit of running into each other now. But off screen, we did see Revive team getting in on the action against 24K, as they're going to be trading a bit of blows here early on.
Man, I'm not even sure whether or not like this is a usual tactic that they have already gotten used to back in the days of Battle Arena Elites, but I feel like they are having the same sort of rotation time and time again, which is why they are facing each other off so frequently. And this time around, Battle Arena Elites definitely have the upper hand.
I think you're absolutely right. I think some old habits will die hard, and you see them there actually dropping around Milta a lot of the time together, or the farmlands around Milta as well. Excuse me, on that western side. So, I mean, it is very apparent to see, you know, that they're following pretty much in the same footsteps from time to time, and now is no different. But I doubt that Watertown, of all places, is really going to be one of those key spots on their map.
For now,
But
we're going to be looking into it's a little bit of an update going on, and it seems to be quite similar to what we saw early on, except for a little bit more coverage of room right towards the southern side, where, you know, who knows if that circle goes back into the Rozok and Pachiki area, it would still be relatively interesting. But as for teams like Hype, they have a lot of area up north that is still pretty safe to play.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they got a warehouse and whatnot, but for the most part, by going for that kind of rotation, they're giving themselves as much flexibility depending on where the circle goes, because there's generally going to be less teams up there on the northern side, and oh, looks like they have got perfect positioning now. But look at all the shots coming out towards Natsuleberg. He's going to be able to get away from that one, but still taking a lot of damage. Vampire, so he's going to be able to take down Pasha and CGM. Well, just not having a lot of these early game successes, as a Revive team is on the scene here. They are going to make life as difficult as possible, as now this circle, it's going to really be forcing a lot of these teams to moving further towards the center part, but actually it's going to be a Revive team moving straight towards CGM Wolf. They're getting stuck in at close range. They're trading 2 kills here. Battle Arena Elites getting on the board as well. They're taking down some of these members from Huruhara. There already have JB and Yuxis down on the ground as Huruhara also trying to shoot at the rest of the Battle Arena players. There's only 14 left here. And Cheesy Kimbap is actually going to be able to get a bit of revenge there on the JV.
Oh man, like that was a big turnaround here. RT goes in to wipe out CGM Wolf this time, as they will be the very first team to crash out. PAE making that move really got all these members definitely occupied, but here comes Loki's going for the tap. He gets one headshot, but that's not enough to actually knock him off that drive for Seed.
Yeah, and I don't know what happened to CGM Wolf, but Vampire's completely wiping them all out there. No luck, it seems, from CGM Wolf. If only we could have seen what happened there. They are having a miserable day number 3 and just can't get anything going at all. PMA, though, they're going to be able to spot out Battle Arena elites at quite a bit of distance. Miracle also getting a bit of oversight here. Is going to take down, or trying to take down Kitchik, not able to get the kill steal there, but more teams going through this zone here with the rotations. As Max team, they're also going to be getting safely into the compound there. Now, Loki's, he's actually attracting quite a bit of fire, but he's gonna throw one right back at Downey. He's gonna have to really shy away from this fight if he wants his gear to last into the later stages.
Wow, this is a long-range trade street for these 3 teams here. PMA has already spotted out some members of the side of Battle Arena Elites, while Loki's tries to reposition his Dacia. Miracle is going to be camping out on the top side of the hill for PMA, while spotting out some rotation coming in from Team Max across. But all these sort of shots coming out from that SKS is not going to be resulting into much. But oh, Downey though, he lands one on top of Neverhorror.
Oh wow, and yeah, we're gonna be seeing how they're gonna maneuver. Dreams trying to land the shots there on the rotation, not gonna happen, and we're gonna still see ACR Esports continue onwards, but not all of them have crossed over there. And they're going to have to find some other avenue to go through. Yeah, still the majority of them going to be on the southern side. The other bridge also being covered by PMA, so it's a little bit of a dicey situation now, but they need to try and commit to moving through there because they can't go to Watertown. There's still Cheesy Kimbap and 4T14 they have to be a little bit cautious about, otherwise, you know, going for that long rotation is going to come or not.
Yeah, and most of all these teams are pretty much well spread out apart. At the very least, we're not going to be looking at any close quarter combats until they go in for those later rotations. While 24K has booked in towards shooting range, which is going to be pretty much of a wide open field. You got to be careful about that hill that's on the southern edge, and Hill Fox. You talk about him being a pretty much a predator in the early game. And towards the mid game, he's been picking up even more as well, as he's on his 3rd kill streak.
Yeah, he's going to be quite pleased with that, and his contribution's really helping out his team substantially. Currently, there are 4 men still strong, and really closing things out along the edge of the circle here at the moment, and really just trying to see if they can catch anyone else out. And ACR Esports not being able to get across there, actually resorting to staying here, but MFG, they're running into problems, and the problems is going to be Area 51. They're getting in close and personal. By Darkest is the last player left standing here, but he's going to be able to take down Mr. Flank here. Now the rest of Area 51 trying to find out where they are, but they're taking a lot of fire from Battle Arena Elite. Only 2 HP left there. Dabble, he's going to finish off Boza and Savior for good measure, but they are attracting quite a bit of attention here. Mr. Flank getting fully wiped out by Darkest. He's holding things up here on the 2nd floor, and came on trying to get a little bit of vision here onto the 2nd story here, but it's going to be a little bit difficult. He needs to have the numbers here behind him to really push there. Nate's flying out, not going to be effective. Is bouncing all the way back down.
He's going to be blowing out the door as well. Now, Ty Darker's all by himself. Can he actually pull off a sick clutch? While Double J is going to be marching in towards the floor as well. A little bit of blinds coming in with that stun grenade, while Ty Darkers doesn't really have much of an assistance other than Battle Arena Elites coming in from the outskirts. Well, he's going to be hopping out. like a bunny, as Area 51 will not have enough time to actually catch him up, but he's going in for the revival as he managed to get that knock over on side of Kaimon earlier on. So Area 51, they both call in for a truce at the moment, and Aoki will get his saving grace as he needed.
Oh, the
big
nades are
nade!
coming out here. Oh, wow, absolutely tremendous here. Thy Darkest getting up his teammate, and then his nade connects. He's now looking to try and get an Aoki using the time to get the heals off. But oh, he gets spotted out by Sophia, and all of Thy Darkest efforts here seemingly going to waste. He's going to get caught out by Dabble right there. Shogun, though, he's going to get some roadkill, as Old Man is not going to be able to sustain onwards here, as Cryptid going to be getting a little bit of luck from the motor vehicle side of things.
Oh man, I felt like FFG has made the wrong choice right there. They knew that there was about 3 members, and even if they knock one, pushing upwards has always been a difficult task, especially when you have more than 1 unit on towards the second story. And of course, they rushed upwards. They also had Sophia coming in from the hill as well, and that itself was definitely something that costed them a whole lot. Battling the leads alongside Vitas and Hype, they're already inside of the next phase.
Yeah, and just there, we did see that Elliot did manage to finish off Cheesy Kimbap. So the challengers in second place are currently not going to get a lot from this game. Again, having bad luck at the Watertown, but now Elliot trying to hold things off here. He's got PMA right on his doorstep, and has managed to actually take down one of them. Dreams going to get thirsted down straight away. He didn't have immediate backup. All 3 other members there from PMA are going to be a little bit further north. They might be feeling on that one, as really couldn't use the full power of their squad, as there's still going to be Battle Arena elites that can impede their progress getting into the zone. But of course, they are setting their attention onto others now. Tactical Raib are trying to climb the high ground and get into a little bit of a better posturing position.
That's managing to actually pop a nade towards the side of Mushi. Well, Hillfox will be getting another on the kill feed as well, and finishing it off with a nade towards the side of Mellow 1. Ballerina lead so far has conquered this hill for quite some time, while Tactical Rape needs to push towards their side to get in towards phase 4. Man, this is going to be very, very difficult. I'm not sure how will they be able to achieve it, but Tactical Rape, if they can hope to rotate some different direction, they should opt to do it really quickly.
On the other side, we do have the likes of Team Max trying to gatekeep Cryptid a little bit here after they took out Old Man. They want to get a little bit of revenge, but it's going to be difficult. Assy here is taking quite a bit of damage. Roulette is coming in for the Graza sprays at close range, going to be able to mow down Assy here. Now, there's only going to be 1 remaining member. Shogun is going to be a little bit further off, not really going to be able to influence proceedings, but will actually be able to take down Mushi here and finish him off for good measure. So things are still looking very dicey there. Tactical Raib, they still manage to maintain this full squad strength as they are looking to bear against the surrounding players. ACR is trying to go around the side, but I'm not sure what they can do. Demon Eater taking 50% damage here. And now Battle Arena elites, they're going to start raining down onto PMA, but there's going to be a lot of return fire.
My goodness, there's also Black Rose again taken out by Tactical Rape as well. Well, they are having a little bit more vehicles rotating outside. One more tap will do, and there we go. Afika managed to secure this kill here for TTR.
Nice plays coming out there from Afika, as now they have to try and watch out the flanks. Downey and the rest of PMA going to be thoroughly aware of the presence coming out there. Who are they going to expire out in the blue after being stuck in that altercation with Cheesy Kimbap for quite some time and just not able to get inside. That's one of the more entangled engagements that we've had. Neferhor expiring here for Battle Arena elites in that few exchanges with the PMA that we saw a bit earlier on. Now they can still act as the gatekeepers here for the phase 5 of the zone, but could be a little bit difficult if PMA decides to come that direction. But they have actually backed off ever so much here, as they don't want to get caught in between 2 teams at once. Looks like Murayama is going to get mowed down as well, as more Graza action by Roulette.
Well, there seems to be a little bit of a distance between the two, and the crash slide is going to be a little bit of a defensive feel for the side of Vitas for the moment. Hillfox so far stacking up so many kills already. Hopefully we'll see Team Max going in all the way to the very final circle, while Team Hype, they do have answers on the top side of the hill. Robinite with 2 kills as they are looking to pick off Area 51, who won the war early on against some of all these players of the side of FFG, if I'm not mistaken. Well, this is going to be the engines being started up, and Answer is zooming all the way in. He could not really get the perfect glimpse. Oh, there we go.
Oh, right now, Answer, he's going to spot out the potential threats here. A lot of smoke's coming out, making it difficult, but he's still going to be unleashing as much as he can. PMA and Tactical Rib going to be exchanging a bit here, but Downey is going to be able to get one up, but Pete is going to probably be eliminated here. There's not a lot that they can do. Area 51 is still pinned in. Only Kamon has actually managed to transition out through the vehicle here. They actually took a little bit of a risk going first there, but it does look like Tactical Rib, they're not able to get out of the blue zone. They don't want to give the points either, so they kind of just stayed there, but I thought that they had a sufficient amount of numbers to really challenge and not have to take such measures here early on.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't really end Pete right there. But here comes a little bit of that long range trail. Robinoid gets that pick over the side of Kamo, while Flood could be able to actually take out Answers at the same time. Members of the Hype, they got a lot on their plate for the moment as they need to deal with Area 51 as well. Oh, another pistol flare coming up from this barrel as Robinoid will be added in for his 4th kill.
Wow, Hype is having a pretty good game here. Answers back up on his feet. 5 kills already here. Now he's got their sights set on Battle Arena Elites, and this is a pretty old rivalry as well as far as things go. So, I mean, we have seen them exchanging blows. Team Hype did manage to actually steal the victory in the very first round of the competition as well from Battle Arena Elite. So I say steal, but it's just more a reflection of the final points total from that one. But they did manage to take the chicken dinner regardless. But yeah, we have seen instances where Battle Arena Elite's just really bringing it to Hype as well. Most notably was on the Miramar, where they did fight for that high ground advantage, which did lead to Battle Arena Elite's getting the win in day number 2.
And now with that circle going deeper inside of shooting range, that's going to be 24K's territory, but they only have 2 members left for now. While PMA having Downey by the edge of the circle, there's going to be even more Battle Arena Elite members to leave that compound. So, Area 51, they need to do something, and he spots out John shot from right across. They're enough to actually make a couple of all these sort of traits, while Bao 62 will finish off John Shao.
Yeah, so that's going to be the first chink in the armor there for Team Hype, as they look pretty good and solid, playing quite closely together, but they're going to lose one player getting picked off. And look at the trajectory from Bio 62 from the low ground, still managing to land a lot of these shots here. And look at Dabble here, he's going to be picked off by Sophia. It's going to carefully clear out the flanks. Battle Arena Elite's moving in quite late into the zone here, but they're actually doing this to really make sure that they can get as much information moving in from that south side, as there's just not a lot of gunfire in front of them, so they have to play a little bit on the back burner if they want to be able to catch out these guys.
Woo. It seems like Hill Fox is still adding to its streak, already in the 5th kill, as he will be the top fragger as of current. And yeah, some of these teams definitely have to be careful from this moment, because they are being set on the back foot, like you said. Well, Kenny 9X, he's trying his luck inside the smoke, will not be able to connect any of that sort of the tap over on the side of Hill Fox. Well, after all, it's his natural habitat right there on the corner of the hill. As for Battle Arena Elites, they've heard the gunfire and they want to butt in.
Yeah, and currently still trying to see where they should be directing most of their attention to. They know that Hype is going to be there on the right flank, or the eastern flank here, just because they managed to hear a bit of the altercation, but Loki's here, not able to hold things down. Robinoi is going to finish him off straight away. But in the meantime, Sophia does actually manage to put the finishing touches there onto Downey. That is going to be it for PMA after a very solid round number 2. Unfortunately, round number 3 of the day is going to see them exit here at that 6th position as things are going to get a little bit more tight. Battle Arena Elite seemingly having the top spot on top of the hill. But the thing is, looking at this, they are most likely to get a little bit pinched, if not mistaken, because both Hype and Team Max, they might want to go around the sides, but Hype is shooting all the way to the end here, and Roulette, he's finally caught the attention of Battle Arena Elites. If they manage to clear him out, he might be in the shot. They only have 2 players left, but it's the 2 players you really want to have on your team.
I think that Battle Arena Elite will be even more concerned about Hype moving their way in towards the circle itself, because there are still many of them that need to really rush right in towards their direction. While Answers have get that pick off over the side of Flood, and Sophia is going to be the last man standing, although he does have that circle advantage. And I thought that 24K will be the one on the short end of the stick, but it will be pretty much a crossfire towards the side of BAE, and it's not looking all too well for Sophia.
Yeah, this is a light Ibiza impersonation here, and he's going to be able to get to Flood, but there's not a lot of smokes left here. He's using his last one to get into a bit of a safer spot, but look at Answer moving in, and looks like Roulette is actually going to be able to get the shots there through the smoke. Now Sophia has to play for himself right now. 5 kills. Can he do what the reject saw from Spaggy in the previous round and win it all here? He's got 7 other opponents to worry about, and Team Hype, they've taken quite a bit of real estate in that little bit of an altercation, so Sophia won't have the vehicle there for any measure of cover, but now Hype has spotted out the threat coming out from Team Max, so they might just focus most of their attention there. Sophia has to bide the time, but doesn't seem to be taking it lightly here. He's out for blood, but he's going to get spotted out by Answers, and 2 connections there. It's going to mean Sophia is going to bow out of this one.
Roulette doesn't seem like he could have actually make any move away from that rock that he has for that cover, while 24K has been sneaking silently, knowing that Hype is over on towards their left side. So perhaps if they could possibly go in for a little bit of that sort of trade, and maybe Hype could have actually finish off a Roulette first, and then 24K could have advanced forward, but Vets finally would get that kill onto Hillfox as he slowly bleeds away.
Yeah, Team Max, 9 kills on the board. It's an excellent round for them, but yeah, only Roulette that is left here. And yeah, I think Team Hype realized that there's not going to be a lot of threat on that side, but they are going to be very aware of 24K. We have seen what they can do with just 2 players left alive. I think CGM Wolf yesterday can attest to that one, as they kind of decimated their line unexpectedly. Bio62 as well, moving up very close to the players, might be able to get some good shots, but I think they're playing a little bit of the waiting game. They don't have to really force this out. Rilla is currently the one who's going to be caught out in the open if he does decide to rotate, but now Answer is taking quite a bit of hits here. Bio62 going in for the push. He's going to be able to take him down, but there's not a lot that he can do. Bio62 abusing the topography here expertly, and now Robinoid and Live Action going to have to do it all alone.
And it seems like Team Hype, they are still being very wary of Roulette's position, but they have to find out where exactly are the members of the side of 4K. Dropping a little bit of nade here, and they will go in for a little bit of trading. Very low health left, but Live Action on 50 HP. He's going to be popping out that Molotov, hoping to actually connect towards them, but it's just a little bit of a far cry right there. Down towards a couple of all these bandages that Robin Knight could possibly use for now alongside with Live Action, while Roulette is just waiting for the circle, but there's not much time left because phase 9 is about to begin, and 24K has got that advantage spot right now.
And Bio62 is really filling the plays here, playing on that low ground. He knows exactly how he wants to approach it, and I can't help but feel that the Hype player is going to be a little bit precariously cautious about it, but Roulette, he's definitely got the gear. to make it do in this final stage of battle. He's got red level 3 gear, but he's still going to hold for a little bit longer, but he's going to worry about getting his aim on point. The DPS most certainly going to be the deciding factor in whether or not he is going to be able to win these fights. But now 24K, they are effectively fighting against all three of these players, as Roulette is not going to be in any way, shape, or form going to be starting to fight Robinoid. Robinoid is just really watching to support live action. Currently, live action is in a difficult spot. He's going to be forced out from behind the rock momentarily. Bio62 is ready. He's going to take down live action straight away. And now it looks like 24K is in a great spot. They take down Robinoid as well. Bio62 is going nuts here. Roulette, he's going to make it down to 1v1. Bio62, can he continue with his heroics? Currently, all utility coming out. Roulette, he's going to get outplayed tremendously by Bio62. Goes down on the low ground, able to get the flanking shots, and he's able to get 24K their very first win.
Absolutely insane as we see them push up the shooting range and get that chicken dinner. And lucky for them, Team Hype, most of the time they were so fixated on trying to get Roulette knocked down. And same goes to Battle Arena Elites, who really couldn't really get too much out of that sort of scenario, but Roulette turtled up so well. It was an absolute perfect defense. He might have actually gotten that chicken dinner, but he could not spot out the very final player right there. And at the end of the day, it's the Bio62 show for 24K to get this big chicken dinner. And now, once again, back on track. And I believe that this might be able to pull them closer and closer to that top 5, where CGM Wolf back games one after another have not really made too much of a move, and the other teams are already catching up from this point onwards.
Yeah, right now they're going to be left in the dirt here as everyone is looking to advance up the table there. And I know last game we talked about individual performances from Spaggy, but how about that one from Bio62? He did a ton of heavy lifting there right at the end. And let's not forget, like, he was already weighing down on Hype when they were all the way down at shooting range. And yeah, I think they managed to play their cards right despite being on the low ground. Bio62 coming up big, as though Kenny and Wolf going to be absolutely delighted with that particular game, as they're looking to see can they continue to build on this, as they've really been moving from leaps and bounds over the 3 days so far. And finally, they managed to get their first win. We talked about them a lot as being actually the team that was closest to qualifying for this region for the APAC level competition at PCS 1. So they are starting to live up to the expectations and going to be delivering on the big stage.
Yeah, this is really huge for them, and as they are getting some extraordinary games going on in their favor, this is going to be bringing them a lot more momentum to really push themselves forward and hopefully propel to challenge the likes of the Rejects or even Battle Arena Elites. Now, with that said, I think that we'll be looking in towards looking forward for 2 more rounds to come inside of Miramar, and of course, it's time for us to head in for a little bit of a break. And when we come back, we'll bring you even more PUBG action.
Behold, the beautiful island of Sanak. This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourist to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tukshy. Just look at him go. But Sanak wasn't always the pinnacle of Battleground's locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battleground's rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erangel to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and frozen lakes to black zones of Karakin, there's a variety of battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls on Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erangel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murado. What a beauty! Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to remember it was an illegal action. Ooh, that's gotta sting. Luckily, vaulting and ledge grabbing were eventually made legal, and the Battlegrounds match excitement increased significantly. Weapons especially have been upgraded time and time again to keep matches fresh and fun. Let's check in with these two contestants. Say that, which firearms are you fellas using? Well, those are fine weapons, but you're not making the most of them. Here, try this stock for your M16, and this red dot for your micro Uzi. We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you two run along and kill each other. Those two could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestigious training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the Battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, arcade mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan-favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the Battlegrounds, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Smart pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the Battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanhok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanhok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time.
And a warm welcome back here into the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. It's Play of the J alongside with me, Contra, as we'll be moving into our next phase here, which will be 2 games inside of Miramar. And all of it will be played in FPP, just like our usual Super Rules format. And of course, that particular round that we just saw was an absolute feast for all the PUBG fans out there. As 24K pushed up from the the northern side there from shooting range up the hills, and yet again still managing that chicken dinner.
Yeah, good stuff coming out from 24K. We've been waiting for them to have their breakout performance, and looks like we got it. And from that match, they were going to be able to get 17 points out from that. 7 kills following that as well. Team Max going to be, again, getting another good game under their belt. The very first game on Erangel was pretty good. This is 15 points good. Hype also getting 12 points. Battle Arena, at least, despite not getting into the late stages, they did manage to get 9 points for the Troubles Revive team. And VJ is going to get 7 and 5 points respectively, while 4 teams are going to be getting 4 points from the Area 51 PMA, Tactical Arab, and Hurahara.
Yeah, and with 2 partners, we have the Rejects, Acer Esports, and Q-Rifted. CGM Wolf, FFG, as well as Bad Boys Gaming crashed out a little bit too early, and that concludes match 13. Let's have a look in towards the overall leaderboards as we'll slowly see. Is there going to be any more huge differences? And this time, it's going to be Battle Arena Elites extending the lead a lot more, about 9 points in particular. Or is my math actually failing on me?
11 points.
Well, yeah. And yeah, really got to work on my maths a little bit. So yeah, Hype and as well as PMA, they both have reached that triple-digit mark already. And well, welcome to the 3-digit well, I don't know what to call it, 3-digit group perhaps. So that will be the top 4 for now. But CGM Wolf dropped down a spot as 24K march upwards with that 81 point.
Yeah, so CGM Wolf really sliding down the table here after finishing day 1 in 3rd position. So a bit unfortunate for that. Team Max moving up into the top half of the table into the 7th position after getting another double-digit point performance from the previous round. ACR Esports just clinging on barely. VJ's going to slide down. And now things are looking a little bit interesting here in the middle of the table. We'll see how things are going to develop a bit further. And yeah, only by the end of today will we actually have reached the midway point. So there's still a lot to play for all these teams. Even Crifted, I do believe, can turn the corner, but they need to really see them, try and get value out of the 3 players they do have.
Yeah, well, if the Rejects could have done it with only Spaggy alone, that itself is a big solid proof that you could still win games out of sheer effort that you put inside of all these matches. So as for Q-Rifted, I'm not too sure rotational issue or was it the trades that really didn't work out for them, but here are your top fraggers for map 13. And needless to say, it's going to be Bio62 with that crazy clutch up the hill, and Hill Fox also joining in the array alongside with Vampires 1, Robonoid, and Sophia.
Wow, Bio62 getting every single kill there for 24K. So I think they know how to win games. They just have to make sure Bio62 is feeling good and playing at his best. And he matches the single kills total that Spaggy got in the previous game. So great individual performances coming out here on day number 3. But yeah, I think the rest of the supporting cast, of course, does help somewhat. But yeah, I think these 2 individuals have definitely outdone themselves. So we'll see how things are going to develop a bit further. But that's it for our top fraggers, as we're just about ready to get stuck into our next match here. And hopefully we can see a lot more of this individual prowess really come to the forefront even more.
Yeah, we've already got Flood, we've got Spaggy, Bio62, and, well, in a certain extent, Hill Fox really did get a whole lot throughout the entirety of the run previously. Just not enough to just topple down Bio62's record in that game to secure that chicken dinner, but he came pretty close by. Of course, having his teammate to survive the rest of the round, where we did see Roulette almost clutching out for that chicken dinner as well. Now that we're going to be moving in towards Miramar, things are going to be relatively different. We've seen some slow tempo games, we've seen some really fast-paced action, and of course, a lot of battles by the corners of St. Martin for some reason. And most of these circles nowadays does tend to shift up towards the northern side for Miramar. Will be the same story for today. We will have to find out. Well, there was also some peculiar drops coming from respective teams. We hope that they already got all that sorted out before heading in towards today's Miramar games.
Yeah, hopefully there's true to that. But yeah, I think I would definitely like to see how these teams react to playing on the southern side. It's always going to be extremely challenging, I dare say, or maybe around the crater fields. These are all the areas with very significant changes in topography that really I think is going to be putting a big test to a lot of these teams. It's relatively smooth sailing in terms of the kind of terrain that they have had to fight over when it comes to Miramar. But yeah, I think that can always be a spanner thrown into the works, especially if it goes down towards Valle de Mar, Puerto Raicio. These are always the places, which tend to trip up players more often than not. And I think yesterday we also saw Battle Arena Elites try and go for some very long rotation after dropping in Puerto Paraiso as well. And yeah, didn't really work out. So it's even testing to the seemingly most prepared of teams.
Yeah, no matter what happens in the game, you really have to find a way to really rejoin the group if you're gonna be separated all across the map. And as for Miramar, it's a little bit more difficult if Battle Arena Elites would attempt to do exactly the same as they did yesterday. But yeah, it was perhaps an experimental round for BAE, I assume, for that sense. But not only they were the ones having a couple of all these issues, there were also teams that were dropping all the way to Campo Militar. I think that that place itself, if you want to play extremely passively, yeah, go ahead, but you will lose out on a lot of information that you can get being on uh, maybe slightly central areas to really see all the other teams on their rotations.
Yeah, quite right. And I think, some teams, they can definitely sharpen a little bit when it comes to the rotation aspects. But I don't know. I think we still need to see a little bit more from some of the chasing pack. I think we've seen some of them step up to the plate. PMA haven't had a bad day, but they've been jostling for position with Team Hype. 24K Esports, I think yeah, it's great that Bio62 is firing on all cylinders, as mentioned, but yeah, we definitely need to see continued contributions from the rest of the team because if he gets eliminated early or he's not playing at the top of his game, it's going to affect how they're going to be able to conclude. And I think we talked a lot about CGM Wolf. I really hope that they manage to change things up because they got eliminated pretty darn fast in the previous game.
Yeah, it hasn't been a good day for CGM Move. They are slowly moving down the chart as well, but they are known to be very familiar with how Miramar goes. They can get quite a number of frags based on previous records as well. So hopefully, this is the sort of change that they have been looking forward for to be able to claim what they have left early on. And of course, for the rest of the teams like PMA, they have been playing pretty well throughout today. Very, very consistent. Same goes to BAE as well as the Rejects. Well, not too much on the Reject side. They got a big win, but after that, like some of these games, they were somewhere in the middle of the pack for survival rates at the very least.
Yeah, I think that's quite true here. So I think we haven't seen like a proper team performance coming out from the rejects if they want to really try and contest. I mean, that's kind of the core of it here. Of course, it's easy enough to say as it is. There are a lot of factors that go into the game, but yeah, I think in the previous round we did see them all get eliminated pretty early on, and I think we've been lamenting that. We haven't seen a lot of these early game fights, the kind where you go and loot up in the same place right at the start of the game and then pretty much wipe each other out. Of all teams, it was the rejects that really faced the brunt of that. Hurahara killing 3 of them, and just not able to get anything from that. Cheesy Kimbap was the last surviving member, and even the round that they did win today, yeah, it was the Spaghetti Show. So it wasn't necessarily like the most exemplified team effort.
Yeah, I would certainly agree to that because they were having so many members take it out a little bit earlier than it should be. But hopefully they can definitely display that team effort in this game itself. We're moving in towards our 4th match of day 3. Is the PUBG Singapore Malaysia Series brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, KK Revolution, and Cost and Effect. Now we're taking this flight here from the south side and towards the cross-section of Los Leones in towards the very end of La Cabrera. A lot of towns for them to choose from. If it's going to be Cristobal or El Azahar, they'll be looking to get those vehicles for that stretch. But, you know, this is going to be another fresh new take here as we have the change of map. But I'm hoping to see a very interesting circle for this time around, where we've seen enough from the northern side already.
Yeah, I would be pretty satisfied with a southern circle, but you know, we'll have to see what we're going to be getting here. As right now, it seems very familiar. A lot of these drop locations that we're seeing from the teams, I don't think we're seeing a huge amount of variety, but I think on Miramar, you don't have to be as flexible just because of you know, the rotation avenues that we always talk about. All these coastal highways that are available. Doesn't matter where the circle really lands, unless it's like in a corner. And obviously, we saw that on day 1, and that was a little bit more difficult than not for these teams. But it looks like Area 51 is going to be taking down Alice through Road Rage and CGM Wolf. I don't think we need to say anything anymore, right?
We'll leave it as that. Area 51 says no trespassing, no stealing of vehicles. Came on with the first blood here. Definitely has been playing pretty well, but this is definitely just sheer luck that they've been contesting for that vehicle, and he's just having a few steps ahead of Allen's right there. Well, phase 1, as we are looking towards the circle, yes, it will be headed all the way up towards the north side, where even La Cabrera will be seeing a little bit more town warfare between both Vitas as well as Tactical Raid.
And right now they're both just marginally in the zone. It's kind of bisecting La Cabrera, but yeah, it looks like we're not going to be getting a southern circle here, but this will be something that I think a lot of the teams will be able to adjust fairly easy to. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a lot of these early game altercations unless these two teams really run into each other. But most likely they're going to be, well, decently well looted up, considering that they're opting to go for one of the more urban areas. So they're already going to be starting their moves in just a few minutes, I do believe.
Yeah, as for vehicles, there's not really a plenty inside of La Cabrera though. So if that circle is going to be moving more towards the central side, then maybe they do have a little bit of problems against all the other teams. Robinite going on foot as he is hoping to just run away from some of all the other teams that is going to be around. As we are looking into the corner, there's going to be the rejects that is going to be drilling behind Team Hype. Some of them are inside of Power Grid, so that's definitely the natural habitat for Batman and M0 as they'll take a peek down those hills to hopefully connect those shots towards Hype.
Yeah, and this kind of circle, not too dissimilar for some of the other Miramar matches that we've seen already, and really just going to be already just congested in the center straight from the start. At the very least, for Bad Boys Gaming, they already have that central position around Hacienda del Patron. Compared to Erangel, where they always went for Sosnovka military base almost exclusively, and then just having a very bad late rotations, which didn't really yield all that much. And now Bad Old Man trying to see, can he land any of these long-range connections here as they're going to continue to scope out this area. Okay, and now I think he's just shooting for the sake of it.
Yeah, it's just some warning shots perhaps for some of the players of Team Hype, while Robinoid is not too far off, holding on towards the compound by himself, but he might not be alone any longer if the rejects are going in for the invade. We're already seeing a little bit of drive coming in from Batman. The Lone Ranger will be joined by M0 while they want to secure this warehouse section here. A couple of taps have already been let loose, so Batman says, okay, this is a no-go. It's not going to be all too safe taking that risk.
Yeah, and especially considering the kind of risks that they had kind of took in the last game, taking that fight against Huruhara, which didn't end in their favor. Yeah, they're gonna definitely want to play their cards right, especially like after they worked so hard through Swaggy's efforts to a certain extent, and managed to cut the lead down quite substantially on Battle Arena Elites, only for them to extend it once more. So it's not a huge amount. It's only the 11 points, but it's definitely something that it's going to irk them a little bit. But then again, it is going to be a marathon at the end of the day, and now the rejects finally going to be unleashing, but making sure that they have considerable distance between them and their opponents.
Yeah, social distancing is especially important in this troubling times. Well,
Absolutely.
the rejects is just gonna be looking for some extra loots, and yeah, I think that they've been on the move for way too long, and they haven't really found all these stacked gears that they really need. But hey, maybe a couple of kills might be able to drop them some really good gears from the opposing side. But Vampires going with some really adventurous shots on towards the top side of the hill, while his SLR didn't really seem to be getting anything out of it.
Yeah, so gonna still posture just a little bit more. This is pretty much where they're gonna keep track of how many teams are also gonna be making their moves through these respective avenues that are available to them. See whether they can plot them out, because this is gonna influence all of their rotation decisions later on. Nothing is fixed in stone. And it's going to be quite fluid based on the circle movements and, of course, where all these teams are going to be heading to. Sometimes they'll have to take some extra risks, though, and see whether or not that is going to transpire here. But San Martin, absolutely claustrophobic right now. How many teams are there?
Man, I can't even count. There's just so many colors on the map on that particular town of St. Martin. While BAE is just going to be keeping watch from the east side of water treatment. That's why 4K hope to actually join in the party as well over on towards the outskirts of Hacienda. PMA is going to be on the south side alongside with FFG all the way down towards the heart south.
And usually in competitive PUBG, you don't see very many teams all going for these urban centers, just because it's difficult to protect your vehicles if it goes away. And of course, you do have a lot of spaces that there could be potential ambushes from all these other teams, whether they have one player left standing or the full squad. So there's always a lot of dangers there. And actually seeing so many teams in San Martin, it's a little bit uncharacteristic, albeit I do recognize it is quite a big town and offering quite a bit of space, but it's not exactly a Los Leones.
Now, there's going to be a couple of stuff going on with Guildfit, Revive Team, and PMA going down and dirty. CZ Map already eliminated alongside with Wolf of 24K. The big teams are really suffering quite a huge blow in the early stages here. Only 3 players are down for the count as of the current time being of 8 minutes and a half. Well, Ezo hoping to perhaps avenge his fallen ally. He's not going to be having much to work with at the very least here, as PMA is sheltered well on the lower floor instead.
Yeah, so not going to be able to get any immediate revenge just then, but I think they're just going to bide their time. They'll be able to catch them later on if they get the chance. And Phase 2 will reveal itself, and BAE is straight away on the move as a result. They're already going to be moving more central, already on that eastern side of Phase number 2. But Area 51, they're also trying to catch any of these stragglers coming for their rotations, but they are actually going to be moving on. Dabble going to have to get in with the rest of his teammates and move on to greener pastures, for there are few and far between here on Miramar.
Now, Hype, so we're going to be by the edge of this warehouse. Already going to be opting to rotate out of St. Martin. Kachik already tapping in towards Robinoid, breaking those windows, but this is going to be him just turtling in and going back towards the lower side. VTS is going to be on the upper side section of the hill instead. And all too scattered. Hype, I'm really wondering where will be their next move from this point onwards.
Yeah, Hype is more like consolidating their positioning here, as they already took that very central spot right from the get-go. So I think for now they're going to be pretty satisfied with where they are. Bad Boys Gaming is a very similar position. You can already see that there's just pretty much not a lot of space in between each of these. Rixus, though, is still going to be able to find another frag. And now looking at the circle, it did shift quite substantially, really forcing a lot of these teams to move in ways that they kind of would have preferred not to. And now Huruhara and Area 51 actually going to rotate all the way near Cruz de Vale as well. So that could be a little bit of a hot spot later on if they're not careful.
As for Nasselberg, he's seeing a little bit of the straggling member just running inside of the building, regrouping inside while Live Action needs to heal up. He's just using his bandages. As it's still pretty much early in the game, you don't really want to waste all your first aid kits. While over on the other section, we are seeing another team really shooting up a whole lot with Noisy getting a pick on towards Etsis. They've already lost one member, so there's only going to be another man left for the side of Rifted.
And let's not forget, Crifted is pretty much starting every game with 3 players left, so or rather 3 players only. So that's really not giving them a step up. But then again, never mind, they can still play on hard mode. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit detrimental to their overall finish. But we definitely seen what one man can do. So let's not put down their chances at all. Right now, Team Max, they are going for a bit of a 2-2 split, just opposite sides of the road. So in case anything happens, they can still offer a little bit of long-range cover, but they can't really afford to take a knock if they get pushed, because yeah, they're not going to have enough time to get said player up and reinforce in time. So they're going to have to make a decision as things get a little bit more congested. Do we still hold these 2 different compounds and risk a team crashing in who have no other option and they are forced to try and take a compound from an existing team? But we'll see how that happens later on. But you can see there's already like no space between all of these compounds. Every compound does have a resident team already.
And man, this game is getting incredibly tough to play out as a player inside of this map. Each respective territory, like you said, has already been snatched up. As for the side of the rejects, even if they really wanted to go deeper in towards the circle, they're not really allowed to do so. We can see that they are on the top side of the hill, and it will be an open spray for many of the teams. Narjabat already finding a little bit of damage done towards the members of RT. As he's moving in closely, he sees Battleground Elites, and yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a cake coming in for his SKS.
Yeah, that's a tall order to hit Sophia on the motorbike right there. But now he just spot other targets as we're going to see that Revive team trying to consolidate their own position. Luckily for them, Darjay, but not quite as precise as we've seen him in the past to be able to nail those shots. So he's going to fall back just a little bit. They already do have the good vantage point, but oh no, yet another team knock there. Answer's going to take down his teammate Robinoid, but hopefully they're going to be in cover, going to be able to get him up in no time.
Wow, look at that spray out in the air. It looks as if there was some sort of a Star Wars laser beam going out across the map, but that circle is going to be headed up towards the north side of St. Martin. In between the valleys, it's where it's going to be at. Well, Batman and the rest of TR, they're definitely happy about this, but over on towards the center, Kirefta Arena leads are in the middle of a scuffle as Miguel will get that shot towards Shogun. We're down, and there goes Kirefta, the first team to come out once again. Don't see boys to the next one to fall. Oh, the kill feeds are just going at it. FFG is going to join in alongside with Kirefta by the lobby.
Yeah, and wow, just like that, at least 10 people just got knocked over in one shape or form. Team Hype, though, is going to be maintaining the squad strength, and Ghostly Boy, you're shooting at some dead bodies there. It's not much to be gained from that, but he's going to still survey the surrounding areas. BMA going to be occupying the shantytown right there. Not going to be able to get a lot of vision going. CGM Wolf also getting in on the kill feed on the wrong end, if not mistaken, but we'll catch up with them a little bit later on. They were moving in all the way from the water treatment side. I'm not sure if they managed to navigate their way in here, but now we're seeing Sophia moving with 1 HP, it seems, all the way into that little shanty town there. But now Bio62 and Izo, they're going to get taken down by Bad Old Man. And our winners from the previous round are going to be bowing out early. And just when we thought that maybe they've turned a little bit of a corner, they're going to be having a very inconsistent game number 4 of the day.
Yeah, I can't really blame them with such a tough terrain to play from. Every single one of these teams have to deal with so many bullets raining up in the air while they rotate through these valleys, while Matrix hoping to catch a pick with his 4x SKS as well. But that's quite some distance, which will, of course, involve a little bit of that bullet drop in their trajectory. And Arena now having Sophia in the center, they are seeing a little bit more of that sort of trait against Kuruhara. And as we are moving in towards this next phase, members inside of the rejects, they need to march down the hill, and Team Max has already got them pretty much on lockdown. They couldn't really go down without taking any sort of substantial damage.
Yeah, so they're going to start piling into some of the vehicles that they still have at their disposal and hopefully be able to get in. But now Sophia really just holding the fort and already starting to make better avenues here to be able to spot out any of those members there from Kuruhara. He's got ammo for days as well, so he can afford to really let loose here. But we'll see if he has to take a little bit more of a defensive posture here in case anyone decides to pile in. Vites is going to be able to take down Robinoid as he seems to get knocked down from everyone, his teammates and opponents alike.
Hive now on the move, trying to be a little bit silent, but they have already been spotted out by battleground elites. Thank goodness he actually exists from the other side of the seat instead. If not, he will be caught by some bullets up here. Vites though gets both Hive as well as BBG from the top side of the hill.
And that slower rotation, not following answers, is going to be to the detriment there of the live action. And Robinoid getting a little bit caught up there. Vites and Bad Boys Gaming seemingly closing the noose on them and not able to really escape from that. Murayama is going to get rezzed here for the time being as Bad Boys already with 3 kills in this game, looking pretty good for them. But now it's going to be the likes of Vites who are just over the top of the hill here. They're going to face pressure from Bad Boys Gaming. They're already facing the pinch here from PMA, but this might be the final nail in the coffin. They are all down on the ground. There's only going to be one of them left here, and he's now going to be having that good Overwatch position. Kachik, though, does have the smoke here to be a little bit thankful of as the rest of Bad Boys Gaming, but the nade there is not, but the shots for Vets right through the smoke will be the deciding factor here.
Wow, Vites has been raining bullets from above, and now members inside of Bad Boys Gaming, they're all depleted. Murayama slowly bleeding out, and it's really down to Bad Old Man to do something right now. He's squeezing in towards the circle already. Just with a tank of help left, he's going to be pushing right in, but Bad Boys is out, and Vites will be able to secure that kill alongside with Dreams YR. Circle now shifting up towards the northern side, where all of these guys will need to take a climb up to be the king of the hill.
And yeah, being king of the hill is quite a familiar concept to a lot of these teams, I do imagine. But now Answers is going to have to try and do it alone here for Hype. Unfortunately, the rest of his teammates not being able to make it through those earlier rotations as we did see. But he actually does have to move a fair distance here just to, get into a better spot. He's right on the edge of the zone, but probably he'll still need to look for more decent spot there. But now CGM starting to move into the zone as well through Prokoyo, so they will be trying to use those safer avenues. In the meantime, Elliot from Acer Esports, he's going to be taken down, but the trade is coming out there. Noisy going to be mowed down.
Well, Acer so far has been getting a little bit of that perfect vantage point, but Pocoyo finally shows up, gets that knock towards the side of Josiah Wow. Well, Vitis having vets to just slowly walk in. There's gonna be some couple of Lone Rangers left upon these open fields, and of course the heals that we talked about. Revive team though, they seem to be meeting CGM Wolf way too much, and there goes another member out from the side of the ACR.
Yeah, these guys, they got some grudge going on here, but Pocoyo, he's going to be taken down by third party here as not wanting to let CGM Wolf and Revive team have all the fun. Elliot and Demon Eater will be taking their positions on the lower ground. Currently, we are seeing that the rejects facing a lot of problems. Baggy and M0 both going to get taken out from the game, and it's not going to be much more that they can do if they're going to continue to face such intense scrutiny there over on the western side of the zone. Revive team pretty happy to stay in this compound for now. They're not going to be under any immediate threat as they have Acer Esports to thank for that.
Yeah, so far Acer Esports playing pretty well in this round. Batman now taking a drive with his bike. I guess he gets himself a couple of crease to just hide for now. Mushi gets eliminated alongside with Roulette, and Dreamsfire are going on the action. Hill Fox, he's going to be going in for a revival, but PMA, of course, depleted down to only Dreamsfire are left. This might just be a really good push coming from Vampires! Yep, that will be the entire squad being taken out there by RT and Max.
Yeah, I don't think they accounted for Old Man coming in for the flank through the factory here. And they're going to finish off the likes of PMA as their run ends here in this game. And Battle Arena Elites have finally consolidated themselves a little bit more here. And now they've got control on that southern side. They do have Urahara in the adjacent compound, but not having the numbers, they're going to be in a difficult spot. And now it looks as though that this is going to end up like a battle between Revive Team and Battle Arena, at least just based on the kind of forts and positioning that they're taking compared to one another.
It really boils down to how the Phase 7 will be pushing either one of these teams out of that current circle, while the rest of the teams only got 10 seconds left to really squeeze in tight. As Team Max are trying to boost up, but they're ready to go. Batman, though, all alone in the center, I think that he might just see a little bit more trouble looking up a hit as Area 51 is driving closer and closer towards his territory. And there will be a knock towards the side of Dark Jetbutt. Towards the side of the Tactical Rape needs to go in for a revival, while Max team will get in on the action as well.
But right now, the knock that they've suffered is it's going to slow them down a bit, especially if they do really want to spend the time to pick them up. There has to be a point in the game where you have to know that certain things are greater at stake here, but they are going to try and get him up right now. It is not their time yet. Battle Arena Elites, they are still trying to decide. They know they don't want to push out too soon because Huruhara is still inside the zone in their own compound, so that could definitely be an absolute thorn in their side. They're going to have to really be mindful. Can they get any of these picks going here before they decide to really come out with a bit more of an audacious play? There's also going to be Team Max there up on the hill that they have to be a little bit careful. They are going to be out for blood. They have not shied away from fighting a lot of these higher ranked teams, that's for certain.
For the time being, all 9 teams on board, they're just hiding for the moment. Well, there's a little bit of a long-range trade here between Battle Arena Elites as well as Huruhara. And this is going to be a better round for Huruhara this time, as we saw them, of course, taking a couple of members of the rejects in the previous game, but they also did crash out relatively soon as compared to the earliest run that they did had. But for the time being, it's going to be a roulette here that received a headshot coming from Tactical Raid.
Yeah, and they're actually trying to take a little bit more of proactivity here on this western side. Maybe if they can try and finish this off here, that they might be into a better position into the later stages. They don't have to look over their shoulders, you know, at the likes of Team Max here, but Old Man here is going to get blasted in the face as Rix is really pushing up here, trying to get the entry. Now Hill Fox is trying to play whack-a-mole at the moment, not spotting out there, J-Bot all the way in the back, and that is going to be absolutely punishing here. Roulette is, again, the last player left standing. He's trying to get up his team member, but now it looks like Acer Esports moving into Revive Team. They let their guard down. Metrix is going to get taken down here, and as is Anga. So this is looking absolutely daring here. Play coming out from the Acer Esports, but Tactical Rave, they have decided to move up the hill here. In the meantime, you're going to see CG and Wolf getting eliminated.
They did not see what's coming from the back for Team Max, and Battleground Elites are on the prowl. And as for the side of Acer Esports, they are so close to securing that team wipe upon Revive Team, and we were talking about how many members of them could have possibly make it to the very end. It seems like Acer Esports has put that full stop towards RT, but Tactical Rape, they are hearing some shots coming in from the side of Area 51. A good nade will possibly do them wonders, but Rat Rose gets a couple of kills. Urahara will be on 7th place, while BAE just shred them off to smithereens.
Yeah, they've been waiting a long time to put the finishing touches there onto Huruhara, but they're finally gonna get it here. And now Tactical, or rather a Revive Team, finally emerging victorious. They're gonna have to move in here. They don't have a lot of time to work with. But do have Messi that they have to be a bit mindful. And Batman has been here for the longest time and is not exactly subtle where he is. There's a motorbike right there, but he is right next to Sophia. He is waiting for his former teammate to pop up over the top, and he might be able to get those kills there. But no, Sophia is just better in that instance there. Gonna be able to claim his 3rd kill of the game. Battle Arena Elites looking incredibly strong as they're taking that central spot, as now they're going to be having a little bit more cover that was offered to Badman.
They don't really get any sort of kill points going in for the side of the rejects, but you know, at least the ranking points will still add up towards later stages of the tournament. For Revive Team, they're only down to 1 man up top of the hill, and speaking of which, Darjeba hoping to really take him out of the hill with RT still having... Oh, I gotta correct myself. Noisy is still alive over on the back as well, so make that 2 members, while BAE has occupied the center of some of all these ledges, as well as the creases in between this really rocky terrain, while as for Rixis, he's just keeping tabs, trying his luck with those nades, almost dropping in towards the side of Loki's.
And yeah, this valley right in between everyone here is absolutely devastating. If you expose yourself too much, Africa is going to be able to take down Noisy. He was exposing a little bit too much of his flank here, and now I don't think the rest of his team in the form of Vampires can do much about it. Vampire is now coming under intense scrutiny himself, as Messi is just hiding all the way down there at the bottom of the crevice. But there's still going to be the 3 members here from Tactical Rape. They are trying to get up Darjay, but it's going to take a little bit of time, but it's still going to be that ever looming threat from Battle Arena Let's. Despite being on the low ground, they offer quite a serious punch, as they're going to be offered all that third-party cover coming in from the likes of Vampires and whatnot.
Vampires actually gets that perfect angle against Battle Arena Leads, but because he is all by himself, he's not willing to take that risk just yet. But he spots out members of TTR, and this is where he just gets every single information possible with this phase 9 already kicking in. I think it's time for him to really pull the trigger already before he crashes out. But here is the top 4 scenario here. Only 10 players remaining. Well, Area 51 hoping to actually survive in the form of Messi. And of course, this ain't no football for them, but they've really got to make sure they dribble their way across. Oh, great shots coming from Neverhor to eventually knock out Black Rose.
Yeah, a lot of shots landing here for Vampires first, but now he's trying to see, can he make his move? But Sophia is ready to catch him out. Nowhere to go. Messi finally turns and takes him out, but now it is down to 3 teams here. BAE looks as though they are going to be able to muscle their way here with all of the utility and manpower available. Tactical Rave cannot seemingly reset themselves so easily. Riggs is finally going to get finished off, and the remaining 3 members are all going to be piled in the back. Sophia going for the flank, out for blood here, looking for Messi. Messi doesn't have a lot that he can do. I'm not sure if he knows about Sophia moving all the way here, but Sophia is not concerned at all there. Currently, Africa going to get taken down. Only 2 more members left standing here for Tactical Ram, and their spacing is fast running out.
It's incredible that Battle Arena Elites still have 4 men on top of. Oh my! Speaking of the devil, it's gonna be 2 men that being knocked out, but Battle Arena Elites will still annihilate the rest of the teams inside of the first run in Miramar, and that's a total of a whopping 11 kills.
Wow, Battle Arena Elites, they just make it look easy, don't they? And they did so with quite a bit of emphasis right there towards the end. It didn't look as though anyone was anywhere close to being able to take the Juggernauts down. And they're going to be able to continue to extend their lead here, as of course the Rejects not having the best of the first round of Miramar for the day here, and likely will have a little bit of cushioning, and who knows, maybe we might see that Battle Arena Elites might try something a little bit more adventurous in the next game, but only time will tell.
Yeah, only time will tell indeed, but you know, the only person in this game that has that perfect view upon BAE was actually Vampire's of Revive team, but he didn't really took that shot early on. Instead, he chose to really go down the hill. He knew that Area 51 was there, but of course, that could really change things up, especially when Tactical Rape eventually got 2 knocks right across. But nevertheless, Battle Elites once again secures yet another chicken dinner. I really got to keep track on how many chicken dinners that they have managed to achieve by looking at the leaderboards once again. And of course, Flood, Loki's, Neferhor, Sophia are your heroes of the entirety of this Miramar run. And we talked about Elite being extended. I think that they are just miles away from the other rest of the competition right now.
Yeah, they are playing very well. It is their first win of the day, and that's going to bring them level with the Rejects on 4 apiece. So that's quite the total that they have managed to garner so far from all the rounds played. And we played 14 rounds. So we have one more for you today, and that'll bring us up to the midway point here for the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll bring you that final bit of action for the day.
哇！哇！五个急救吗？哦，这个我。
Level 3 vests and helmets with the.
What the f? 이렇게? 아치! 조금 많은 데서.
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
Yeah, baby! Whoa!
Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature. A heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer? And how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
Back,
Good evening.
everybody.
We're back here for the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. With me is Contra. I'm Play the J, and looking forward to bringing you this last bit of action.
Yeah, and after a long, grueling day, it seems to be that Battle Arena Elites have managed to get themselves another chicken dinner to add on top of their already stashed up points on top of the table now. Of course, they're trying to bridge that gap between them as well as the rejects, as the rejects have suffered quite a blow. And in that first round, although they did survive till the fifth placing, they don't really seem to get any sort of kills at all. Let's check out that match 14 leaderboard right here.
And yeah, Battle Arena Elites getting back into the 20-point range here for each game, as 11 kills going to help them propel them upwards to that 21-point total. Revive Team and Tactical Ram having very good games there for themselves, as they're going to get 13 points apiece. Area 51 with the 9, Acer Esports with 6, Vitas with 5. Bad Boys Gaming also getting into the top 8, as is CGM Wolf. But yeah, again, it's been a little bit of topsy-turvy, and I would dare say that it's the second half of our overall leaderboard that managed to get some score on the board here. Everyone else falling short.
Yeah, everyone else seems to be struggling a whole lot with this circle, really moving deeper in towards the San Martin Hills, while a lot of them have been caught out in rotation, like Q Rifted and 24K Esports. So this have been a little bit of that trouble for the likes of those teams. But let's check out the overall leaderboards instead to see how well some of these guys have coped up. And with that, a big win coming from Battle Arena Elites. It's going to be 186 points for them, and they are looking to achieve that 200-pointer by the end of the day, hopefully. Well, the Rejects is going to be moving in as well. Although they do have the same number of chicken dinners, they are lacking in terms of those kill points.
Absolutely. And yeah, 29 points difference is going to be quite substantial here between Battle Arena Elites and the Rejects. Rejects going to have to really try and make a U-turn in terms of performances here. I know they did get the one chicken dinner today, but I would say that's more of an outlier, given that it was incredible solo effort there by Spaggy rather than a comprehensive team performance that like what we saw come out from Battle Arena Elites in the last game. Team Hype, though, will still maintain their third spot, but only just barely by 2 points, as PMA is hot on their heels. CGM Wolf have managed to claw back that fifth position here after 24K stumbling after their win on Erangel. And yeah, going to be seeing not much changes on the rest of the field.
As for 7th place, all the way towards 11th, we're definitely going to be seeing a little bit of change because it's only about 2-point disparity between some of these teams. And of course, Tactical Rape had an incredible game, though. They have been very consistent, but this time it's going to be other teams like Team Max that really moved up the ranks here. And I'm really going to be concerned for the likes of the ones that are all the way down to the bottom, like Rifted, who hasn't seemed to be moving anywhere from this point onwards. They really got to change things up, and I'm not too sure why is it that they've been playing with only 3 men. Hopefully, they for onwards will be seeing them coming in with their 4th men altogether.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see from that, but let's see what happens. But for today, it would seem that they only have available to them, but they're going to have to try and make do as best as they can. And yeah, I think looking at today is definitely Battle Arena Elites who are looking to be the top ones here. Let's see how they have looked in terms of the fragging charts from map number 14. And looks like Sophia as well as Flood again going to be featuring for BAE with the 4 kills apiece, but everyone here has managed to achieve 4 kills, and we're also going to see Vampires, Black Rose, and old man going to all represent here in this chart here.
Just looking at the picture, Battleman does resemble Batman for a little bit. Don't you agree? Or maybe it's just my eyes here. But of course, not going to be comparing the players. Each of them have been in the scene for quite a while, so we'll give them that sort of respect at the very least. So this is the first time that we are seeing the same number of kills for all the top fraggers here. So I guess all of them are technically numero uno, in a way.
Oh yeah, exactly. And with that, I think that sets us up nicely here for our very final match of the day. It's going to be on Miramar yet again. And I think when we look at it, the teams have had mixed performances, and I think probably only Battleground Elite has managed to scrape something reasonably coherent here when it comes to looking at overall performances over the course of the 3 days that we've had. But yeah, I think there's still a lot of room for improvement from individual teams and whatnot. So it's just going to be, can they turn up to date? Yeah, we need to see a little bit more from the rejects as they need to really try and maintain as much of the squad strength. And I know we always talk about that as being like one of the basics and core essential thing, and it's easier said than done sometimes. But the way that the scoring system works, definitely you need to maintain as many as you can. Make sure you get the good circle positioning, and then you try and yield your kills from that.
Of course, speaking of that, we'll be hopping in towards our very final round for today, or should I say this evening here, and towards sunny Miramar we go. It's the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series, as we'll be starting off the flight really shortly. Well, do give us a little bit of that time, and of course, all this are brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, KNK Revolution, and Cause and Effect. So, this flight is going to be starting off from Valdemar and towards El Azahar. Technically, most of all these towns will be reachable if they really want to extend even all the way to the corners of the edges of La Cabrera, get that vehicle in, or Torre Ahumada is a little bit of that low, up towards the northern point. Well, there's multiple choices this time around. I'm liking this flight in particular.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the teams are going to adjust to as well. I mean, all of today we kind of been seeing a lot of contention over vehicles, and as we should, you know, I mean, there are only so many that are going to be accessible easily from the flight path. But I think we're seeing a lot of these early kills where, you know, we want to be able to see what each of these teams are going to be able to do as a full squad. And, you know, I know that's part of the game and everything, but yeah, when we are able to bestow our eyes on a great team fight and really see the tactical posturing that some of these teams are capable of, it's definitely absolute enjoyment, at least from my perspective. And I think, you know, having, of course, the full squads here to do that is one thing. But yeah, definitely seeing some hot early frags as well. Definitely a sight to behold in its own right as well.
And as for now, we're looking at Sophia being the lone scouter and towards El Azahar. He will be able to receive the information of both tactical rape as well as Area 51. So that could be a pretty good signal for the side of BAE to quickly loot up from Minas Generalis. And I'm looking at the towns, in particularly Crustaval, which seems to be very much empty. While we hear a couple of taps already being shot out, but no casualties thus far in the span of 2 minutes. No runovers. That's a good news for players like from the side of Pocoyo or anyone else. So yeah, they gotta stay off the road.
Yeah, that's good news for CGM Wolf. Not going to lose a player right off the bat in that manner. I think it happened for 2 different games already. I think they've been trading who is going to be taking that first blow. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if any of these teams are going to go to places like Cruz de Valle, as you did point out. Is currently no one there, but maybe Acer Esports or even Bad Boys Gaming, they might try and take advantage of that one while they still can. But more often than not, you know, they just try and accelerate their existing loot places and then just stay still rather centrally and just hope that there are no significant shifts. But yeah, I think now we're seeing more and more games where Sophia really just is dropping so much further away from the rest of his team that I don't think we can say that it's due to you know, oh, he DC'd or he lagged and then he has to drop out early. No, it's all going to be intentional, and the information gathering game is always going to be so important in a game like PUBG.
Certainly agree. The more information you get, the more edge you have against those enemies, that you can just prepare 2-3 steps ahead of them. And this is why Sophia would actually get leads for the side of BAE, while Area 51, he might have seen that parachute somewhere, but they are not moving anywhere away from El Azahar. They can choose to stay here if they really want to, judging from the fact that the circle is somewhat upon them. Maybe if luck permits, it might even end up there. come on, man. He's not even driving at 20 kilometers an hour. And,
I was watching
What's
that
with
and I
all
was
these
like,
drivers?
wow, Ghostly Boy is going for the stealthy plays, and it's like, wow, it's like such big brain, and then he smacks it to the post. And yeah, I have to retract that.
Well, I guess he might be ghostly, but not for the vehicle. So, Mr. Casper, gotta be mindful of that. Beat is already moving in towards. Oh, wait. What? What did I just see?
Okay, never mind.
Ghostly indeed.
No,
That was indeed ghostly.
no permanent impact on that. So I think, okay, fine. We'll just take it as it is. But yeah, 24K, they've been going to Los Leones every single round on Miramar, and they haven't got a single Southern Circle as well. That has to suck a little bit here, as we really not had a lot of variety in that department when it comes to Miramar. So we'll see if teams have learned in a similar way to how on Erangel we had 3 island circles already, that kind of adjust to this a little bit better than they have for the duration of the tournament thus far.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if PUBG has decided, you know what, the flavor of the season will just be everything up north and nothing else all the way towards the south, and then it's like a little bit of a favoritism towards some sort of the town. But of course, I'm just kidding. That doesn't really happen all the games, but in this competitive scene, everything seems to be up north for some reason. Hopefully tomorrow's gonna be a little bit different, as we'll be starting off with another 3 rounds in South Miramar. Spaggy already making that move. Chance out, looking for TR. Oh, that's one big tag over the side of Batman from this distance.
Yeah, luckily for Batman, it's not going to be something too much more detrimental for his health, and he's going to be able to get away with that one. Hype already going to be in motion here as they continue to try and get into a little bit more of a central position. They can't hurt to head in this northeastern direction, because again, not a lot of teams would have gone there straight off the bat. Acer Esports kind of taking their time, and they've been seemingly looting in this area for a while now, when they could be securing even more of the kind of spots that they might want to hold on to into the mid game, provided that, of course, the circle's not going to be shifting ever so substantially. And Revive Team, they have gone for this real long rotation. They're actually going past La Cabrera right now. As let's not forget, they actually dropped north of Cruz de Vale, and so they've actually covered quite a bit of distance.
And now that itself will be a pretty interesting drive. While PMA has been having so many of all these bullets flying through the windows to the walls, and well, Elliot's going balls to the floor, and he unloads the entirety of the clip, but he gets shot right back on towards his arms. He's gonna be getting some cover, but Sophia already being pinned down by Kenny and Bio62.
Wow, and not sure exactly what happened there, but looks like the Vanguard not able to come away with that one, as he's so successfully done over the course of these few days. But it's bound to happen, I suppose, just given probability and numbers. But yeah, 24K, it looks as though they're already doing better than the previous round. Previous round, they got 0 points for their troubles after looking as though that they managed to get a really solid performance. But yeah, we're going to have to see all the contributions coming out from Wolf, Kenny, and Ezo to really support Bio62. Can't have too many games where, you know, you have your star player to really try and carry you, because that's only going to get you so far in the grand scheme of things. And yeah.
As for some of all the other teams out there, there's also this sort of scenario where, yeah, they get that chicken dinner, then the next few was a little bit of a dry spell as well. As for 24K, it's like, okay, sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't, but it's really rarely you see the ones who just got that chicken dinner to be the first one out of the table. So there's going to be a little bit of a flock of crowd in towards the corners of Minas Generalis as well as Hacienda again. And Max, they are making their way in towards the circle, while the half-healed Fox really camping it out for a while before they get themselves in. There's going to be 2 Remnants waiting to perhaps pick them off, but they can still rotate the other way around. Just like that, it's still pretty much phase 2, which doesn't really hurt them all too much. And once they arrive towards the hard west, that's going to be a clear area for them to work with.
Yeah, and Hillfox still getting those early game kills there. He does already have a singular one there to help his team. Now, this circle going to leave a lot of room on the western side of the treatment plant to see whether or not any of the teams are going to be adventurous to want to go for that kind of rotation. FFG, they seem to have a different kind of mindset here. They're actually going to be prowling around that southern side of Hacienda. It's not wrong to play late into the zone, but yeah, you're kind of going to have to have one good execution into the zone later on if not have to deal with multiple teams all in your way. So keeping on to the vehicles will probably be the name of the game for them.
Yeah, of course, they really got to keep their vehicles extremely safe. There's still a long way to go. It's just phase number 2, and in the span of 10 minutes, we only see 2 players drop out of the game, namely Sophia and another one I didn't really catch all too much from. Well, we do have a little bit of a compound warfare between PMA and Hype. These 2 big teams are about to collide once again. But Answers will be holding on the angle, and oh my, it's going to be a couple of sprays there. It will connect. Oh my god, that was beautiful coming here from Shout as well as Anga. Turning in from the back as well. Answers getting that 2 knock, and Hype, they are depleted.
Oh my goodness, the crossfire just absolutely devastating there as Answers and Robinoid going to combine expertly. There's only going to be Dreams that's left here, and not only that, I mean, there was also a little bit of kill steal action, I do believe, taking advantage of Hype's good setup there to repel against PMA, and PMA, they're going to be licking their wounds till tomorrow, I feel. Dreams really have to just salvage what he can from this, but he can't exactly disengage from this one as he's just in a precarious spot, and even if he runs out of this compound, he's not going to be able to make it to anywhere significant, most likely. Just look at how many people are surrounding them.
Yeah, like he's definitely being forwarded up, and just to correct myself, of course it was going to be PMA that's depleted. Oh my goodness! Here's why he's still pulling on in the back, leaving 2 more members behind. But PMA will still go down on the floor. But RT on top of that hill, they are trying to take advantage like vultures. Look at the body though, man. He looks drained out.
And I couldn't help but notice that they only have 3 players in the list there, but I know they had 4. So it looks as though someone rage quit just now because 2v1, they couldn't take down Dreams, and he is able to thirst down one of the players there. So Hype kind of dropping the ball a little bit here. They could have almost sealed that perfect engagement against PMA, but they still lose one of their players and have to suffer that extra knock. So we'll see if they can continue to get some good points from that one. But yeah, unfortunate rage quit there.
Yeah, I definitely would have felt the rage as well, especially all these members of the side of Team Hype. They were just running in one after another, which shouldn't really be the case, since you do have all 4 already receiving the same information, knowing that they're inside the wall. They could have just popped one frag. Oh, this might just be a good pickup here coming from the side of Roulette as he gets a little bit closer towards the members of Vitis.
Yeah, they're gonna be perched up there on top of the hill, but starting to see some close range encounters there as it's gonna be the rejects starting to shoot at Bad Boys. They're making their rotation here. Sam not decisive enough, actually slowed down, and he's gonna suffer because of that. He gets finished off in a quick fashion as Cheesy Kimbop and the rest of the rejects all combining there to deal some significant damage. They're staying very patiently here on the southern side, waiting to see for any other opportunities. They're going to have Acer Esports on their flank here, but now Vitis going in close range here. Ghostly Boy able to take them out Noisy now as they've been exchanging some blows quite significantly, and Revive Team only has 1 player left. Ghostly Boy mowing down and collecting the points here. Metrics is actually really far away. Ghostly Boy not even settling for the person lying on the ground. He's actually trying to get that 4th and final player, but there's only going to be 2 players left here for V.
Man, it seems like Ang's body has been collected by somebody else instead. While Max, they are marching right in, so this is going to be pretty bad news for the side of V-Test, but Asliver hoping to actually connect those towers, but not a single shot reaching towards the side of Roulette as Ghostly Boy already down to 17 HP. This is going to be roll hard for them as the cavalry of Team Max has just arrived to the sea.
And yeah, this is the last stand in the saloon, but it's not looking good. They got a full squad from Team Max to try and contend with, so it's going to be a bit dicey here. Now FFG starting to move in, but Pasha with 1 HP, he took down JV. The rest of Huruhara is out for blood. The rest of CGM Wolf has to get into position. Pasha now healed back up, would be able to try and contend with the Huruhara, but the rest of the team, they're going to be further down the road, not able to influence proceedings all that much, and Pasha should be able to finish off JV if he is able to just peek him ever so slightly, but yeah, I think he's going to just wait for the bleed out instead. Phase 4 is upon us here. Now that could be a little bit of more of a deciding factor. BAE though is giving some flanking shots, and this is not exactly something that you want to lose your life over. You're going to probably get the bleed out kill anyways, and now looks like Dukes is here. He's going to be able to knock out Pasha anyways, and that's unfortunate right there. Is going to be able to really come out with it right at the end.
Man, I really feel bad for Pasha. It's been a couple of rounds that has been pretty rough on him, but hey, they did get that 1-pointer right there early on, which definitely worked pretty okay. And Acer is going to be mowed down by Atsis with only 5 HP left. Great clearance, and of course a little bit of a hindsight to know that he is right in there. So Quadro, of course, might have lost his life, but he gets some info for the side of Acer for the very least. As it seems, Battleground Elite seems to always have a magnet to really draw in the circle upon them.
Yeah, and it's the positioning on in relation to the other teams, which is always so devastating. But now Crifted against the ropes here. Only Asi here is going to be left, as Josea is going to be able to knock one. And looks like there's no immediate retribution here. The nade flying out, in fact, and Asi here going to avoid taking so much damage. But another nade flying right inside here. He's going to be able to vacate the room just in time. But there's another one right in front of him. Maybe took a bit more damage than he needed to, and another nade is gonna be cleaning house there. Josiah is cleaning up shop here for ACR Esports.
Man, he did not make it stop for the time being, while Curithid, game after game, just suffering so many blows, and that itself was so painful for them to even watch. He did have the good intention of going in for the revival, but yeah, I think that was definitely a lost cause right there. But M0 as well as Cheesy Kimbap, both getting knocked down and just traded instantly by Robinoid.
Wow, the defensive plays coming out from Hype is quite substantial. They repelled 2 more attackers, and it's going to be, I dare say, of a higher caliber than what we saw earlier on. But yeah, the rejects are still in the game, I do believe, through Spaggy, but he is really stuck out in the open here, as he's going to be a little bit mindful. He does have a little bit of terrain to work with, but Hype, they look a little bit antsy, like John Shout wants to get out here potentially, but they know that it's exactly what players like Spaggy wants here. He's expert, as we have seen earlier today, at dealing with these solo squad situations.
Oh my, what a great shot coming from Dower but once again getting that knock towards the side of Deuce X, while Miguel as well as Jay, they're pretty much in hiding right now. Trying to perhaps find a way to trade against Tactical Rape, while Tactical is looking in towards the side of Ezo as well. Oh, a couple of shots coming in. Well, Xavier will be able to get one knock. Space going to be out for the count, and the rejects this time, 12th place finish.
Yeah, and I have to say that they can't be all that happy with how day 3 has gone for them, but they'll definitely be looking to bounce back tomorrow. Elliot here is going to be cleaning up shop as the likes of Bad Boys Gaming, they're going to get taken out. Demon Eater seemingly tap slowly into submission here. He's going to be crawling on all fours. Elliot is spotted out here as well, not just by Hype, but also by FFG all the way in the back. But wow, just like that, all of them getting wiped out in quick fashion, and ACR Esports is going to be out of this game.
Man, they just got pincered by some of all these guys coming in from the side of Team Max and BAE, and I guess this was definitely a tough bout for them. Well, they were pretty much sitting ducks in that situation, while Aver 51 is going to be going with the ambitious nade towards the side of FFG. Oh, did that actually hit?
Going to be dealing some more damage back towards him, but it's not going to be from FFG. Hype is going to be getting in on the action, but now Area 51 is repositioning themselves to try and get inside the zone, currently being gatekept by the FFG player. Xavier actually falling back a little bit, not wanting to engage directly with his former teammates just yet, as he does want to see if he can support the rest of FFG, trying to prevent the would-be entries into the zone here on that south side. Area 51 does have the numbers, though. They could make something happen if they really are going to be able to engineer something in their favor.
Lokis gets the shot towards Double J, while Double J runs in towards Mel Kendricks. What in the world is going on for Area 51 as they just bow out? Well, Horahara is going to be the next one on the chopping block with Tactical Rape absolutely demolishing them down. And the pain does not stop with 24K here tapping towards members of Tactical Rape.
Yeah, and now 24K, they could really put the finishing touches here. They knock one again. Dara J-Bot has got nowhere that he can go. It's only left with Rixis here. Africa is going to be following as Bio62. He's got the Mark 14 in his hands, and he is being absolutely lethal with it at the moment. But now Rixis is trying to see, can he get one over the star player of 24K. He's actually going to be putting his tail between his legs here and live to fight another day, but he's still taking a little bit of damage for his troubles now. CGM Wolf, they creep in here on this southeastern side. The only problem is that they do have Battle Arena Elites right in front of them, and we know what it's like for CGM Wolf to fight an uphill battle against these guys, in the literal sense. I mean, we did see this play coming out in the very first match of yesterday, and didn't end well. I can tell you that much.
Well, Battle Arena Elites are just going to be sitting by that motel that they did manage to get a little bit of a place to just shelter from. And that circle is going to be shrinking deeper in towards the center where they could just defend perfectly while the rest of the other teams are scratching their heads. How exactly would they manage to get anywhere closer without being picked off by Battle Arena Elites? And
now FFG, after earlier altercations, they only left with Didarchus, and this could be the absolute nightmare here for CGM Wolf. They always seem to, run into these kind of issues there, but let's see how they are going to deal with it. Almost certainly, Didarchus will do a move here, but for now, he can play patiently. He is inside the zone. Don't expect him to spring any trap just yet. Battle Arena Elites, they're just controlling the surrounding areas. They're not actually looking to really confirm the kills. If they can, that's great, but yeah, they're not going to go out of their way to go and claim the frags.
Oh yeah, and Loki's of course will make some of all them pay for what they do. And as for Hype, oh man, it's live action. They're getting caught up by Hillfox this time, while FFG having their lone unit all the way to the southeast. Max still has all 4 members intact, being one of the healthiest teams alongside with 24K. But Robonoid hasn't really moved too much of his muscles, being right outside as Team Max, hoping to close up shop against Hype.
Robonoid looks like he's in a similar spot to what we saw from Didarchus, except that Robonoid here is getting spotted out, and now he has to deal with Hillfox and the rest of Team Max. Hillfox coming up all the way here, taking quite a bit of damage. Finally going to get knocked down after the multiple sprays there, but it's going to be Old Man to the rescue. He finishes him off, but Loki's in the meantime, he's actually going to finish off Mushi. during this whole ruckus. And yeah, I think Team Max, they could have avoided losing that player. Now they just need to concentrate on making sure Hillfox can get back up. He's definitely been pulling his weight for the team and could be very influential for the closing stages of this round.
Hazo trying to take a perfect scope in towards the window panes. Well, Neverhorror might have a little bit of a Christmas present right outside of the compound. I'm not too sure would he be going for it, judging that CGM Wolf has been keeping tabs by the corners of the wall as well, while Cases having tactical rape depending on him a whole lot, with all 3 kills being secured by he himself.
Oh, well, now this circle, this is going to be interesting. BAE currently scattered throughout the compound. They won't be able to sub 2 full squads in the form of, well, 2 full-ish squads in the form of 24K and also Team Max. That could be a little bit distracting here. Ezo, though, is going to get taken out by Neferhor. It doesn't matter to him. He's going to shoot at anything that moves here. This Ezo is in a bit more of a difficult spot. The other 3 players are already flanking around the side. Actually, might be coming up behind Team Max here if they're going to be that fluid. But old man, he's got to be careful. He's going to be in full view, and Loki's is going to use the compound to excellent effect here, as he's going to be able to get some great vantage points there. The Alamo seemingly here is going to be quite impervious to multiple threats.
And oh my, that perfect nightmare from Neverhorror just blew them up without them suspecting. They cooked it perfectly, and goodness gracious, 24K is now down to a pulp, and the same goes towards the side of Neverhorror as Bio62 fights back. It's the revenge of the Sith, and my, it's only down to Loki's, and maybe this sort of a stun grenade might just be good. But he is going for the revive already. It's going to be Loki's that crashes out. Hillfox have to put them to sleep.
Wow, Hillfox going to be the spoiler there, and we're not going to be able to see the Bio62 versus Neferhor fight, but Neferhor with the perfect frag grenade. I was wondering, when was a drone strike introduced into this game? But now Slidy is going to take down Wolf. CGM Wolf is looking to take advantage of the situation. They're piling the utility down towards Kenny. He's knocked back down here. Bio62, he is trying his darnest to get his team members back up. Slidy D running ahead of the pack. He will be able to spot out Bio62, not able to get the rest here. Slidy D is going to finish them all off. 3 kills here going to the CGM Wolf player, and Team Max trying to bounce back at the moment here. Only 3 teams remaining.
So far, it has been a dramatic turn of events, especially for BAE and 24K. We thought that they got a good lead with those members surviving till pretty late towards this stage, but Max, alongside with CGM Wolf, they put an end to their lives, and now Roulette hoping to serve them some drinks if they were to enter this compound, while Barrel on his hands. Same goes to Hillfox. He knows that there's going to be one by the corner of the wall. Roulette already having bullets pummeled through the windows. A little bit of a stun here to perhaps put them on a daze. But Hillfox already know that there's going to be one guy creeping in towards the window. Well, that's going to be a Pasha still on the way. Alan's getting knocked out by Roulette already. Hillfox needs to really make it quick. A little bit of that sort of peek, but it won't be Hillfox that gets taken out by Pukoyo. Roulette all alone. Can he clutch this?
To be able to get some shots there, Slidy D, not aware at all. I thought Roulette's position must be well known by now, and he's going for the res. This could be huge 2v3 fight, and not seeing the CGM players anywhere close to getting the second player up. But Darkus is looking to creep in. He could be trying to steal this one away, as of course there's not really much that the remaining CGM player can do. There is still going to be a little bit of awkwardness for him to try and deal with it. The flashbang coming out, but Darkus is coming up as well. Roulette, though, doesn't even need the help. He's going to be able to finish off Pukoyo, and that is it for CGM Wolf. Not able to close it out. It's a 2v1. Darkus has managed to stay alive here right to the end for FFG. but he's going to have to play this one a little bit carefully, but definitely the positioning is in favor of Team Max.
Oh man, what a round! And I'm trying to pick up my brains on how this entirety of this game actually works. Like FFG having to rely on Titarchus, and he seems to be the lucky one to survive without even taking any sort of heat around towards his corner. But I think Team Max might have a rough idea on some corners that were not checked. Now he's going to be able to take that perfect peek, and oh, Roulette might just actually see him pointing that gun right there. So this is where this might just end, but it could still be a 1 versus 2 clutch for FFG.
Yeah, but I do think that they did see Didarchus pop up over the top there, and they're just going to be patiently waiting for him. It's not them who have to take the proactive approach here. And now, oh yeah, they're just waiting to whack them all. It's probably internal competition. You can already see his back crying out loud here. Hillfox is going to finally come down and see what he can do. But Roulette is going to be unrelenting here, and he's going to be able to get the final kill. Team Max will be able to close out the final game of the day, and they're going to get 12 kills for their troubles. And yeah, after not being able to get the very first round where Mushi mowed down all the 24k but fell against VTS, finally Team Max is going to be able to claim their first win.
Wow, what a huge round for Team Max. There are 12 frags and a chicken dinner to top things off. We were going to look at them actually having a little bit of struggle against Curifted in the initial stages where they were outside of blue zone and they were looking for a way in. And seems to me that over on the west side where they just cruise through, there weren't really too many teams that actually challenged the side of Team Max as they managed to get a perfect kill to really take a really great angle towards multiple sections, and they were farming a couple of kills here and there. But man, the highlight of the moment was definitely that huge sort of a nade setup by Neverhorror, that which definitely blow up 24k. And yet again, it was the other teams that managed to take off battle arena leads before things get even worse towards the late game. And it was a back and forth, back and forth. So many teams just getting on top of each other, and it was Team Max that was peaking by the end of today.
And no, I don't think it was, unfortunately, the Battle Arena elites, though. We tend to see them here. But yeah, I think looking at the fight at the Alamo right at the end, that was absolutely scintillating, as it was really, everyone's will pitted against one another. Battle Arena elites definitely did get quite a number of the kills, but ultimately it was going to be Team Max coming up big time as, Hillfox, Mushi, Roulette, and Old Man all coming out big time as they were going to be able to close out the game. And yeah, I have to love that 2-on-3 fight as well against CGM Wolf. Seemingly had the numbers, but weren't too coordinated about it, and they definitely got punished there by Roulette and Hillfox.
Yeah, today seems like the best day for Team Max as they keep on climbing on those leaderboards out there. So, and of course, you kind of pinpoint, was it Mushi, was it Roulette, Hillfox, or even Old Man? Because these guys have been absolutely fantastic. So it was Team Max that managed to close out the day here with their very first chicken dinner, I suppose, where they will definitely place themselves on a much better seating as we slowly tabulate the scores. So you know what, Cleo J, I'm pretty sure we'll be having some great highlights of the entirety of the evening. If you guys did miss out on that, and we'll bring you the scores right after this, of course.
Then say what you're saying, Austin.
You work for these people, and I think it's a little screwed up that you act like you're better than us.
I never said I was better.
It's the way you act. Oh, I could never watch these things? That's exactly your job.
It's not my job. And is that how you think I talk?
Mm-hmm.
Guys, someone's viewer isn't muted.
Me? Sorry. I don't know why you're all over me on this. Martin doesn't watch either.
Martin? Really? Martin, you recruited these guys. These are your people. You don't watch?
No, I watch.
Oh, now you watch.
I watch if I have to, okay?
Do you know how much these people pay to watch this? Chef, gotta taste the food.
If I bred dogs for a living, would I need to go downtown to watch every dog fight?
See? Everyone, attitude, okay? This is what I'm talking about.
Nelson's just testy because he's the only one who has to work on site.
Not that I don't mind being in a bunker, 30 feet underground. But now that you bring it up, why am I the only one that has to be here?
Because you work the blue zone?
No, I'm just saying it'd be a nice sign, of camaraderie. If you guys,
If I were to spend 4 days in the bunker with you that smells like hamburger, do you know what smells like hamburger down there? It's because that's where they put all the bodies after the match.
Hey, is anyone else still getting the interference?
Audio or video?
I'm still getting both every time the blue zone moves.
Which camera shit?
4, 5, 14, 15, 27. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, I'm getting freezing too.
So you are watching then?
Piss off, Nelson. Guys, chat's not pleased.
Yeah, the chat's never pleased. Okay, you can't please everyone.
Working on that. How about now?
Yeah, that's good, Studio.
Thanks, Martin.
Okay, shrinking the blue zone. Anybody want to make a bet?
Alright, I was just feeding in the data. I was doing the usual, and it just kicked me out.
Yeah, Cobaltic's still not loading for me.
Nelson, I told you something was wrong with the blue zone. It's been doing this all game. What have you been doing?
Everyone chill, all right? This is why you should be on site and not at some hotel.
Guys, do we have a last known for Squad 4?
Which combatant?
Any of them.
What does system error mean?
System error means the blue chip's offline.
It can't be offline.
It says it's offline.
Well, is it possible they're just dead?
And it would say deceased. So
Nelson, well, chat's asking questions. What should I tell them?
Tell them, just tell them we'll get this fixed.
We'll get this fixed?
Yes, Shay, we will get this fixed. Do you know the kind of people we work for?
Martin, is Squad 4 the one with the engineer?
Yep, Slade's team.
Why is it Slade's team? Why isn't it Mad Malholtra's team? Or
Is this Slade the American? The one that you paired with the psychopath, so ham meat.
It is lunch meat. Oh, she is cute.
Gals, you know she killed 14 people before she was 18.
She's actually the one that broke Martin's nose during the interview.
So it's Slade, Malhotra, lunch meat, and Julie, and you're saying we lost them. All of them.
Okay, everybody calm down, take a deep breath. Try not to worry, okay?
Don't worry about the illegal murder game we could all go to jail for. Or don't worry about the fact that someone might show up in my hotel room tonight with a silenced 45.
Sudhir, I need eyes. Give me Omega override, please.
I'm on it.
All right, I'm coming through the other side.
Yeah, I'm rewriting it.
Thank you. Nelson, you feel like jumping in at all?
Martin, has anyone tried to get off the island before?
No.
No one's ever had their chip go offline before, Shay.
Okay, I think I have something. Boot truck went down 4 minutes ago, half a click from boot camp. I think it's
Yeah, I see it. I've got down cameras south along Main Street.
Where were they when the blue zone messed up?
Say it was the blue zone again, Martin, and it'll be your body stashed in this bunker.
I got it. Last known's at the quarry.
They're going for the center of the map. Nelson, there's no way in hell they can get into the bunker, is there?
Of course not.
How do you know?
In the history of battlegrounds, no one has ever found the bunker.
And no one's ever disabled the chip either.
Okay, guys, everyone just calm down. This isn't a bloody moon landing. We can. Oh my god.
I'm the IT guy, all right? I don't have any.
Yeah, okay.
What you guys do upstairs.
Get out!
Martin, what are we gonna do?
It was a pleasure working with you guys.
Sadir, what are you doing?
I hope this works out.
Sadir.
Now, I still might have a shot. Bye, guys.
This is not our fault. We did not. I'll tell him. We were not involved with anything.
Yeah, can we just? I mean, isn't there a team we can send in?
There was. They were at the bunker.
Okay, well, how long until they make it to the mainland?
18 minutes.
Sir. I'm afraid the control room has been compromised, sir. We're still trying to figure out exactly what happened with Tech. But maybe there was something in the backpack or something in the truck. I mean, we were monitoring everything.
I understand right now that things seem complicated. Let me assure you they are not. They are extremely simple. Your lives, your loved ones, everything. All of it now depends on your ability to do one simple thing. Find the Sandhawk 4.
哇，4、5个急救吗？저거 뭐야?
Level 3 vests and helmets with the.
What the f? 이렇게? 아치! 조금 많은 데서
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
Yo, baby! Whoa!
Thank you so much for staying with us here in the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. My name is Contra, alongside with Play of the J. We have already witnessed all 5 games of Day 3 pass for us. And of course, we've seen some great play all across those maps. But before that, we would like to thank not only you guys, we've got to start with PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, and of course, Kincaid Revolution and Cause and Effect. These are your top fraggers of map 15.
Yeah, so some great performances across the board. I think Roulette here and Hillfox definitely weighing in quite substantially for Team Max as they move on to getting that very first win for them. Bio62 doing Bio62 things, getting the 5 kills. Loki's for a rare change compared to his teammates is featured here, yet they have not well, unfortunately, this is going to be a little bit of a turn of events. Battle Arena Elite's not quite getting into later stages, and Rixis, of course, going to be closing things out with the 3 kills there as well.
And this is the top fragger of this match itself. Later, we'll see the top fragger of the entirety of the day much later on. But of course, we still need to talk about the scores for the previous round before we look into the entirety of the overall leaderboards. Now, that was an impressive win by Team Max. So we're going to be looking at them sitting pretty at the top of match 15. Well, 24K came closely with 11 pointer coming out of that 7K that they managed to achieve alongside Battle Arena Elites with 9 points. Wow. So even CGM Wolf is going to be getting themselves 9 pointer as well. While Hype FFG, they will come out with total of 8 points. 5 points for Acer and Tactical Raid. What do we have from 9 to 16?
Well, I think the most notable one here, of course, is the Rejects only able to garner that one singular kill. So, and also PMA falling a little bit short. Let's not forget, PMA tried to assault Hype, and yeah, it didn't go well. They had quite the crossfire and completely chewed out 3 of the players there straight away. And yeah, that was all she wrote for these 2 aspiring teams.
Yeah, and of course, this will conclude the entirety of match 15. Let's look in towards the overall points from day 3, as we'll get it all updated here on your screen for sure. But so far, it has been pretty much no one else than Battle Arena Elites that have been dominating this entirety of the run with that 4th chicken dinner that they managed to achieve, and that previous game that they did also get quite a number of kills and positioning from. They are 5 points shy from breaking 200.
Yeah, that is absolutely monstrous total that they managed to garner for themselves. If they're not winning the rounds, they're definitely getting a sizable number of points, and that's been the difference maker for them. Their lead is currently almost at 40 points over the Rejects, so that's a pretty impressive feat there from Battle Arena Elites. Rejects probably have to go back to the drawing board and see how they want to try and approach this. They did get the 1 win, but is definitely going to be more from the solo efforts of Spaggy more than anything else. Hype, they're still going to be in that 3rd position, 9 points over PMA, who were not able to really get anything going in that previous round. Max is going to advance all the way into 5th position, and they're not too far away from overhauling, and with another 15 rounds to play, I can definitely see them advancing even further up the table if they keep playing the same way that they do. 24K finally managed to bounce back a little bit here and get some decent points. They're going to be tied together with Team Max and CGM Wolf. So this is going to be a absolute neck and neck race here in the middle of the pack. And can't wait to see who is going to be able to be the difference maker. So far, Team Max is definitely fragged out the most, and that's why they're going to be in that 5th position. ACR Esports still going to be clinging on to that last spot here in the top 8 as they look to sustain into the second half of the competition.
Well, today we really see a change of win for most of all these teams, and over on towards the middle ground, we'll see Azer Esports, Tactical Rape, as well as Revive Team, not too far away from each other. Same goes to Vitas with 70 points, but they have dropped tremendously as compared to what we saw on those couple of days that we see them play. As for Vitas, as for Aero 51, they did secure 63 points for today. Not too shabby after all. FFG, Uruhara, Bad Boys Gaming, and Cryptid still has pretty much a solid chance if they can start raking up a lot more kill points and positioning points starting from tomorrow, and then that possibly will not be impossible if they make good use of it. So this will be the overall leaderboards that has been covered up, so you guys have been filled in. But before, of course, we end the night, there's still a few more things that we really want to highlight as well. So we've already got the overall points for the teams, but this is your top fraggers of the entirety tournament thus far.
And Flood, he's going to be having 47 kills. Sophia with 37. Bio62 gonna get the 32 as well. Cheesy Kimbap with the 30, and Neferhor with the 25. And our top 3 fraggers, they were there from the top fraggers list as well from the qualifiers. And Flood has already outdone himself. Now the competition has gotten stiffer, but that has not weakened his resolve. As over 15 rounds in the qualifiers, he did manage to get about 39 kills. And now look at him; he's managed to get 8 more at the same juncture here. And yeah, really impressive stuff from all of these guys. And yeah, it's no wonder that BAE is, of course, going to be at the top of the leaderboard with contributions like this from 3 of their players. And it's really showing that they're not going to be so weighted. Bio62 definitely doing very well for his team, but I would say that in that instance, he's definitely shouldering quite a bit of the overall points total if we look at the pure statistics behind it.
And of course, we do have some of the highlights to be brought to you if you guys were to miss out any of the action of today. But you know, tomorrow is where even more highlights and more big plays to come from the entire 16 teams that are in the grand finals of the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. My name is Contra, as well as Player of the J. We would like to thank all of you guys here, and of course, let's get in towards the action here. And also, big shout out to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, KNK Revolution, and Cause and Effect. Let's get into it as we start off with our very first game of today. Now, this is sort of a great sort of angle coming in from Aoki to get that headshot over on towards Shogun.
Yeah, and Crifted not having the best of starts. They're going to face the music there. But Dara J-Bot here was coming up big. He managed to get 3 kills here against the likes of Revive team. And yeah, coming up absolutely clutch. Even the last player coming in with just a few bits of HP left remaining, it would not be denied. And we would actually be seeing the fight being taken over here south of the Yasnaya field, where things went horribly awry for a number of the top teams. But yeah, we still managed to see some scintillating plays coming out from them. Just 2 rejects able to wipe out an entire squad.
And as for the side of Tactical Rape, they were storming in through from the outskirts here, but Kuruhara, of course, got them locked right in. But yet again, AT did fall to the hands of Darajabat.
Yeah, and Team Max, this is where they had a really good game as well, and unfortunate not to win it out. And this fight against Area 51 really set them on their way, but of course, it was not without losses here. But Mushi would come out to survive. Cheesy Kimbap doing a number here on a PMA, able to get the 3 kills. And this is where CJ and Wolf maybe didn't get quite the result they wanted here, but this was a head-to-head between Battle Arena Elites and the Rejects, able to clear them out. They saw them in the kill feed, and they went for it.
Sophia went in for some beautiful tracing right there to knock out Riggs' off that vehicle. And not only that, we had CGM Wolf here who really got caught up there by the corners of the hill where Team Max managed to really pull through. And by the edge, we saw Afrika picking on towards Sophia after Sophia clears out the building against the Rejects. And they still flout online as he managed to land that perfect nade upon them. And we didn't really need the nade when he got that perfect peek anyways. But for 4K, this is where they really shine.
Yeah, and 24K, I feel that they should have won this one here, but it seemed as though they just piled all their bodies forward, couldn't account for Mushi and the Vitas players, and they got punished for it here. This first Ezo was gonna be heading down first and not able to put the finishing touches onto all these players, but Mushi, he would be the absolute thorn, collecting 3 kills against 24K, and Vitas would secure their very first win.
Yeah, no Ibiza ending for the side of Mushi, but he did get a whole lot of points for Team X as today's biggest jumpers into the higher standings of the chart. Answers will be able to get that early spray, and of course a little bit of drifting coming in, but Killrifted didn't really seem to be able to get all too much, but Shogun did realign his shots here as he entered the Harry Potter Tower to tap them out with that SLR.
Hillfox getting nailed there, but luckily he did have his teammates around, but only for him to fall once more as Shogun is going to be able to claim that one. Just one of the few bright spots for the Cryptid boys, and yeah, this is Mushi again trying to utilize smoke as his friend, but unfortunately not able to see through said smoke by himself, and PMA would eventually clear him out.
And 24K, this was the game that they managed to win at the very end of the round. Let's see how we start things up. They were moving from the corners of shooting range, and then they climbed up, and then went back down again, where a lot of all these kills really go into the hands of both Ezo as well as Bio62. And FFG, they really were beaten down to a pulp in this sort of compound where it was a little bit of the trading coming in, but Battle Arena at least, they got one big nade sent towards the way of Loki's. But watch what happens next. Look at how Blood actually take control of this entire fight.
Yeah, and just for one man here, he really put it to the members there of 24K, but it's only so much you could do. But Vitas here also coming in as much as they can, but they were going to be able to finish things off through the mellow one. And PMA again trying to put those finishing touches onto FFG, and for the longest part they were playing Ring Around the Rosie here, but a lot that they could do in the end there as they still were not able to come out from that. Rixis here with the plays against the rejects. M0 going to be feeling it in just a little bit here, but Batman of course burning alive.
Well, we saw him really getting in towards interesting positions. While this was where each one of the teams were down to only very few members left, and we saw, of course, Dreamswire first getting picked off. Coming in towards this perfect angle, we can see how each one of them actually fared against each other, but it was Spaggy here who actually ended up with the chicken dinner by picking up not one, not two, but the entirety of the whole players left. And of course, he kept that Molotov for the best finishing move in Game 2.
The Rejects started game number 3 of the day here in rather disappointing fashion by their standards, as really facing against Uruhara. They just lost everyone except for Cheesy Kimbap, and yeah, it's not much that you can do from there. Ultimately, he would get the final bit of revenge here only on to JV, but he would get taken out. And again, we still don't know what happened to CJ and Wolf in this instance, as Vampire is really just doing absolute number on them.
And as we look in towards the corners of Miracle, he has been on this top side of the hill, battling with Team Max for a long time, while Double J gets that easy peasy spray by the corner. And this is where we go back to the same spot where we have another Ring Around the Rosie, alongside with FFG, who used to be pretty much familiar with this double house terrain. But this is where those nades were actually working wonders for them, except for the fact that they chose to push in towards the top side without really checking it all too much. And also, with Sophia by the other side of the hill, this was pretty much a goner for FFG.
Yeah, Acer Esports, though, they had a good last few games in day number 2. Didn't seem as though like they would get into the later stages all too well today, and yeah, this game was no exception here, as PMA eventually would be able to clean things out there. But Roulette, this is where he was really picking up the kills there, and he was able to sustain right into the later stages as Tactical Rave. I would say they had a pretty decent day, all things considered, and really just having great performances amongst all of the players there. Darte, but we did see earlier on with the triple kill there.
Yeah, and not only them, Team Max also had some great runs alongside with 24K who really got some games going on their way. While Robin Knight gets that easy spray over onto the side of Messi. And yeah, this is where it gets very interesting. All the way down and towards the low grounds of shooting range, they managed to achieve that chicken dinner. Let's watch it once again as we see Sophia going to revive them while Hype was trying to get a pick upon the members of not only Battle Arena Elites, there was also Roulette all the way in the other corner that has been having so many guns pointed his way, and this was where Battle Arena Elites crashed out for place.
And this is where we saw another momentous individual performance by 62, controlling that space, knowing live action is behind the rock, forced out, getting the second kill onto the Hype player. Roulette trying to do what he could in this situation, taking down the 24K team member, but Bio62 coming all the way down here. He's going to collect another kill, getting all 7 there for his team and the chicken dinner.
Yeah, he just went straight Super Saiyan mode on that particular instance. While we see a little bit of early sort of the takedown coming in from the side of Robinoid, but it's Matrix who managed to steal the kill away, while Wolf gets taken down from quite a long range. And Ghostly Boy, he got this interesting peek and even more interesting drives across the Byzantines much early on, where this is where Trap kill fit. It was just names popping out time and time again, and within 30 minutes, we're already seeing so many of these players already down.
Yeah, and always going to be nicely action-packed for the rest of us here, but PMA was going to continue onwards here, finishing off against the likes of Vitas. Bad Boys, of course, rotating around the side to try and see how they could influence things, but it's going to be absolute free-for-all. Veds, though, coming out big, getting the nade and the shot through the smoke, going to be able to stop 2 players in their tracks, rather.
Yeah, and we saw Batwoman also playing a really good game, having 4 kills in the back, and eventually they did put him to sleep, though, with all these men with PMA. So, over these sort of compounds where it's just really tough to really control. Rix is managed to get some really good line of spray, but it's going to be Battle Arena that managed to clean house by the end of it all to secure their first chicken dinner of day 3.
And they did it with such an level of emphasis. Yeah, this is where PMA ran into the meat grinder that is the Hype Crossfire. So they managed to really put a dampener on their aspirations to really try and leapfrog them in the standings. So Hype would maintain that. And this is where Hype should have finished off Dreams in quick fashion. And I believe Answer's really not happy with this one, as by all stretch of the imagination, it should have been something that the Hype team should have been able to contain.
And that itself was definitely going to be a really much of a head scratcher right there for not only us, it's for the teams that was moving in, because for Hype, they should have checked that particular corner, while Assy suffered that rain of nades from Acer here. You can see not 1, not 2, but all 3 coming in from Josiah Wow, and of course, he definitely ended them up with a bang. Now, moving in towards the side of the Bat Boys Gaming, we have Bat Old Man once again on those highlights.
Yeah, and it's gonna get a bit of survey here on the surrounding areas, but yeah, I guess Bad Boys, they did manage to get themselves into good positions overall, but it was still difficult, and did see that the likes of the Rejects still facing quite a bit of problems, and they go out relatively early in this, and I guess that really kind of summed up their day. Didn't really have enough consistency to their name here, and yeah, that was always going to be a problem for them, as now the lead from them taking the lead at one point is going to be almost 40 points behind now.
Yeah, you can see Robin Lloyd really showing some really interesting spray here, going in and out, and eventually getting that knock, showing spectacular skills coming in. Okay, this was where Neff not only get that knock onto it, as a look at this next thing that will pop up eventually on the radar. So Slide AD gets that fantastic spray of the DMR, And yep, slightly will eventually blow up the entirety of 24K.
Yeah, and he's going to pick up a cool triple here. And CGM Wolf having their best round of the day. It was otherwise a day to forget, I would say, for the players not having luck in the early stages of a game. Then this 2v3 fight going horribly wrong against Team Max, but not to put Team Max down. They definitely had the right idea, able to get the right picks. But yeah, I think they did manage to get their player up here, but not before being able to thirst one and down another one of the CGM Wolf players. Then it was the 2-on-1 situation, not something that CGM Wolf could come back from.
And by the end of it all, it was FFG that managed to clinch second place. But, you know, the Tarkers have given out from that sort of corner with the Blue Zone also taking in as well. But that's the best positioning that FFG has managed to achieve in the entirety of the tournament. So that is all that we have to offer for day 3 of the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. As we check out some of the winners of today, starting off we had Vitesse followed by the team the Rejects, and of course 24K that managed to clinch the very final run inside of Angle. Right after that we had Battle Arena Elites, and also last but not least it was Team Max on their very first chicken dinner. So, you know, Players of the Day, we had so many great stuff that has been concluded throughout the entirety of these 3 days. Now we're only halfway through the closure of the show, where of course by the end of the tournament we'll be seeing who will be representing SGMY in the PCS2.
Absolutely. And yeah, we've seen some awesome plays coming out from today. Individual performances from Spaggy, from Bio62, and of course, don't forget the nade there from Neferhor. That was absolutely sublime there in the final game. And with a variety of winners here, Battle Arena Elites definitely taking that stranglehold over the leaderboard standings here. But Team Rejects definitely have the quality to bounce back here. And as you said, we're only halfway through, and we still got another 15 rounds to play. Can't wait to see the rest. Again, we just like to give a big thanks to all of you out there for tuning in and watching. And of course, big thanks to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, K&K Revolution, Cause Effect for making all this possible. So, Contra, any final words here before we bid farewell to our viewers?
Well, I would say that today has been fantastic. We can't thank you guys enough for staying with us. And of course, do check out even more chicken dinners to come for tomorrow, as we'll have all the games being played out. And of course, we'll be starting in 3 rounds of Miramar and towards Erangel, which will be a little bit different from what we saw today, or was it the other way around? But of course, we'll be rotating in the same similar format anyways. And same time, same place, about 8 p.m. GMT plus 8 is where things are going to be starting off for the SGMY region. So I guess that's all from me, Contra, and it's Play of the J here that has been casting all of your games. Once again, thank you all, and we will see you for tomorrow.
White lies paralyzed, sweet as poison, fell ill from your kiss. I got drunk.